has a gold standard when it comes to maintaining the standards that we have in our exam system, and that's something in which I have complete confidence.
Thank you. We now move to the next item of business, and before we do so, can I just extend a welcome to people who are in the chamber, but can I say to them that this is a meeting of the Parliament in public. It is not a public meeting. And I would appreciate it very much if you would not participate in the debate by applauding or other interventions. So we now move to the next item of business, which is the Stage 3 proceedings on the Marriage and Civil Partnership Scotland Bill. In dealing with the amendments, members should have the bill as amended at Stage 2, that is SP Bill 36A. The marshalled list, that is SP Bill 36AML. And the groupings, that is SP Bill 36A to G. The division bell will sound and proceedings will be suspended for 5 minutes for the first division of the afternoon. The period of voting for the first division will be 30 seconds. Thereafter, I will allow a voting period of 1 minute for the first division after a debate. Members who wish to speak in the debate on any group of amendments should press the request to speak buttons as soon as possible after the group is called. Members should now refer to the marshalled list of amendments. I call Group 1. And I call Amendment 25 in the name of John Mason in a group on its own. John Mason to move and speak to Amendment number 25.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I'd like to start by emphasising that this and other amendments that I am proposing are intended to strengthen the protections for those who disagree and, frankly, will continue to disagree with same-sex marriage. There may be others who will speak against the bill in principle today, but that is not my intention, whatever my personal beliefs. The words strengthening and protection can seem a bit subjective, but that is where we are. We are not at 0% protection, nor are we or can we be at 100%. We are all trying to anticipate what the courts may or may not decide in the years ahead. I accept the Government has made attempts to build in safeguards on what is a very controversial issue. However, I would argue we could make some improvements. In other legislation, we have seen a degree of accommodation by government which has been very welcome, for example in the Freedom of Information Act and in the current budget. Surely some flexibility today would show that Parliament was listening to the public. There are probably some of my amendments that might gain greater support than others, for example 26 and 27, but for now we are looking at Amendment 25. This is based on an amendment which was accepted by the UK Government during the passage of the Marriage Same-Sex Couples Act 2013. The Marriage and Civil Partnerships Scotland Bill Section 10, proposed subsection 1D, refers to no duty being imposed by specific subsections of the bill. By contrast, the Westminster protection is broader, referring to no person being, quote, compelled by any means. So that's the key words, by any means, including by the enforcement of a contract or a statutory or other legal requirement. The aim of the amendment is not to remove the nothing imposes a duty terminology, but to bolster it by putting in the additional protection of not being compelled by any means. This is to give protection for religious liberty and rights of conscience of those groups and individuals who do not wish to participate in same-sex marriages. The by any means terminology should cover, for example, the hire of public premises being made conditional on a religious body being a prescribed body able to conduct same-sex marriages. This is not currently covered by the limited no duty imposed terminology and would help to prevent a scenario occurring, for example, a religious organisation being refused hire of public buildings because it was not registered for same-sex marriages. With a similar amendment having been accepted at Westminster, I would argue that we could learn from that example and that it could similarly be accepted by the Scottish Parliament and Government today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now call on Marco Biaggi.
Thank you. One of the key concerns at the Equal Opportunities Committee when this was discussed was the nature of the opt-in requirement and whether there could potentially be any kind of challenge. So that was why when Aidan O'Neill and other legal experts came in front of the Equal Opportunities Committee, my very first question was, could there be any means under human rights law or others whereby a church could be forced to perform a same-sex marriage, as this amendment tries to stave off? The response I got, and it's worth going through it directly because it does show the difference between Scotland and England, goes like this. It could be argued that at a certain level, the Church of England is a public authority when it carries out marriage functions because of its duty in law to marry anyone. In Scotland, there is a different relationship between church and state. The Church of Scotland is not and has never been a department of the state. When I then asked, would Article 9 of the European Convention on Human Rights offer strong protection to a church against any such challenge, Aidan O'Neill said yes. The opinion that came in front of the Equal Opportunities Committee, therefore, from the person who is most closely associated with the campaign against equal marriage, was that no further protection was necessary. I would also say on this issue that it throws up some serious questions about parliamentary competence. We are not able in this Parliament to change or amend any duty that the ECHR would put on us. And I, as a layman, would look at maybe compelled by any means and suggest that this could be taken as being an attempt to pass something in employment law or other reserved areas. And as members across the chamber know, should an amendment pass at this stage which creates an interference with reserved areas, it would cause the entire bill to fall. So I hope that members will reject this amendment.
Many thanks. Now call on Jackie Baillie.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I think it would be helpful for the Cabinet Secretary in winding up to offer clarification on John Mason's amendment so that members in exercising their vote will indeed be aware of all the facts. I understand that the amendment seeks to ensure that there are no circumstances in which any religious or belief body can be compelled to carry out a same-sex marriage, and indeed I understand, as has already been referred to, that a similar amendment was made at Westminster to the Marriage Same-Sex Couples Act of 2013. Can the Cabinet Secretary in his closing confirm whether that is the case and whether there is a difference between what was passed there and whether the point raised by my colleague Marco Biaggi is indeed correct about the reservation? But I equally understand the view from the Equality Network is that the amendment is unnecessary and that the provisions in the bill, namely section 10(2), already state that there is no duty imposed by the bill on religious or belief organisations to request to be prescribed to conduct same-sex marriage or indeed to nominate their celebrants for registration to conduct same-sex marriage. It goes on to offer the same protection for individual celebrants as well. So I think it would be helpful to the entire Chamber if the Cabinet Secretary could advise Parliament on whether John Mason's amendment is necessary and indeed what discussions, if any, he's had with our colleagues at Westminster, given that similar changes were apparently accepted in the UK Parliament. Thank you.
Patrick Harvey.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. As Jackie Baillie says, the Equality Network have described this amendment as unnecessary, and I would guess that the Government will take the same view, given the existing protections in the bill. But in speaking against this amendment, I think it's worth recalling quite how strong those existing protections are. John Mason mentioned the phrase religious liberty. There is at present no religious liberty on the question of same-sex marriage. Those religious bodies and religious officiants who wish to welcome same-sex couples on equal terms are forbidden from doing so by the secular law, by this Parliament's law. If we want religious liberty to exist on this question, liberty has to be the freedom to say yes as well as the freedom to say no, or it isn't freedom at all. What the bill at the moment does is actually goes further towards the constituency John Mason is seeking to represent than pure religious liberty. If we were simply concerned with religious freedom, we would say that religious officiants are neither forbidden nor compelled to conduct same-sex marriages. In fact, what the law says is that religious bodies may forbid their officiants from conducting same-sex marriages, but they may not compel. And so the religious bodies, under this legislation as it stands, will have their freedom protected as well as the individual officiants. I think it's worth reflecting on quite how far John Mason is seeking to go away from the principle of religious freedom.
Many thanks. Now call on Bob Doris.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Just a brief comment that I hope the Cabinet Secretary will agree with in his summing up. The argument seems to have been fairly well made that this amendment may indeed not be necessary, and I'm sure the Cabinet Secretary will have something to say that in his summing up. But I would ask the Cabinet Secretary, in terms of building the largest possible consensus in relation to this bill, whether, if this amendment was passed, there would be any unintended consequences in passing it. In other words, would there be detriment to the legislation if this amendment was passed? And I would seek clarification on that in the Cabinet Secretary summing up.
Thank you. And finally, Chick Brodie.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I accept and understand the principles of the bill. However, the overriding interest on my part is to protect the rights of individuals while wishing to extinguish perhaps the rancour that has characterised some of the debate prior to today, and I believe this amendment helps it. I raised the issue of Article 9 of the European Constitution with the Cabinet Secretary, which provides for the right to freedom of thought, conscience and religion, and the freedom to manifest one's religion or beliefs subject to such limitations. It lists several, one being the rights and freedoms of others, some of whom may be involved in religious organisations, and is compounded by the Equality Act of 2010, which prohibited discrimination because of religion or belief in connection with employment, vocational training or education. Presiding Officer, we don't need another act of toleration, and we've gone way beyond this, but neither do we need another Lindale or McFarlane case. These were on civil partnerships, ending up in the European courts, which so far have ruled that employers or organisations can legitimately limit the freedom of employees to manifest their religions or faith to prevent discrimination to other groups. Sometimes the law can be an ass. No unilateralism in this bill, save that to protect the freedoms of all individuals to live and believe as they wish. That circle must be squared in this bill, and this amendment, I believe, deserves consideration.
Many thanks. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you very much indeed, Presiding Officer. Can I say I do not support Amendment 25, and I'll try to deal with the points raised by the various speakers. Can I say the Scottish Government and everybody has recognised throughout that many churches and celebrants will have concerns about same-sex marriage, and our consultations on the bill and the planned amendments to the Equality Act all reflect that. I do not consider there is a need to borrow terminology from the UK Act. I'll give a brief synopsis, Presiding Officer, of the protections for Scottish religious and belief bodies and celebrants as a result of the legislation that we've introduced and of the related amendments to the Equality Act. The bill itself establishes an opt-in system for bodies who wish to take part, and there is provision at Section 10 making it clear that the bill does not impose a duty to opt in and does not impose a duty on a person to apply for temporary authorisation. We have also agreed the amendment to the Equality Act 2010 with the UK Government to protect individual celebrants from actions of discrimination. I believe the approach we have taken was supported by the evidence given to the Equal Opportunities Committee. The amendment, as this is submitted today, could actually cause confusion. In particular, it is not clear what is meant in the amendment by the enforcement of a contract or a statutory or other legal requirement. Including these words in marriage legislation might suggest there is a statutory role for religious and belief bodies in marriage ceremonies beyond the role under the Marriage Scotland Act 1977. Now, during the debate on an equivalent amendment to this one at stage 2, John Mason mentioned a specific example, as he's done today, of a local authority which did not hire out premises to a church because that church did not, quote, toe the line, end quote, on same-sex marriage. We covered this specific issue in the government consultation on the draft bill before it was introduced to Parliament. Paragraphs 62 to 65 of Annex A to this consultation noted that a local authority which refuses to let premises to a body on the basis of the religious beliefs of the body risks a successful claim for discrimination. I know John Mason often raises concerns about the public sector equality duty. Our consultation in this bill went on to note that the public sector equality duty does not mean public bodies can discriminate when the Equality Act 2010 says that this is unlawful. So in conclusion, Presiding Officer, I would invite the Parliament to reject Amendment 25 for 3 reasons. Firstly, we specifically addressed in our consultation the point raised by John Mason at stage 2 on churches hiring premises. Secondly, importing terminology from UK legislation into this bill could cause utter confusion. And thirdly, there are robust protections for religious bodies and celebrants in the bill and in the planned amendments to the Equality Act. Therefore, I do consider the amendment to be unnecessary and should be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on John Mason to wind up and press or withdraw his amendment.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Just to comment on a few of the speeches that have been made. Specifically, Marco Biaggi talked about human rights law, but I think that is not really the concern here. The concern here is that a very zealous local authority, very committed to the public sector equality duty, refuses to let a hall or whatever to a religious group that was not signed up for same-sex marriage. Now, it's all very well saying, as the Cabinet Secretary said, there is a risk that that local authority could be defeated in the courts. But the reality is a small charity or a small church cannot possibly afford to go to the courts. And the cost of getting that kind of clarification is just not possible for many groups. So that is why I would argue that this does need to be in the face of the bill. Jackie Baillie used the phrase, which I think is going to come up again this afternoon and is very useful, about this amendment not being necessary. And the Cabinet Secretary also said there is not a need for this. But that's not really my argument. I mean, the argument is not that we have got 100% safeguards here or we do not. We know that we are in a grey area. So the question is, can we make things a little bit clearer through this amendment and others? And that is why I'm arguing for this. Patrick Harvey sends out, mentions religious freedom, and I'm happy to accept there is not complete religious freedom at the moment. I think the danger, or some of the dangers around this bill, are that actually overall religious freedom is going to be reduced through that. And I would just finally say that in all of these amendments, if the Parliament accepts none of these amendments this afternoon, we are sending out a signal that we've not been listening, and I think we should at least accept one or two of them. So I move.
The question, therefore, is that Amendment 25 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. So this is the first vote of the afternoon. There will now be a 5-minute suspension. Order. The question is that Amendment 25 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will therefore be a division. Please vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 25 is, in the name of John Mason, is yes 21, no 96. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. We now move to Group 2, Protection of Freedom of Expression, and I call Amendment 26 in the name of John Mason, grouped with Amendments 3, 1, 2 and 30. I call on John Mason to move Amendment 26 and speak to all amendments in the group. Mr Mason.
Thank you again, Presiding Officer. Now, this is one of the simplest and most straightforward of the amendments, and it's one which I hope could gain support even from those strongly in favour of this bill. Parliament knows the strength of feeling with which many in Scotland hold to the view that marriage can only be between a man and a woman. This has been the prevailing view in Scotland for centuries, and may now be considered a minority view or even old-fashioned. But it is an integral tenet of faith of many Christians, Muslims and others, as well as a belief of many with no faith position at all. The policy memorandum to the bill states that, quote, many people and organisations hold the view that marriage can only ever be between a man and a woman. The government has made clear its respect for this view, unquote. Similarly, the Director of Stonewall Scotland, Colin McFarlane, told the Equal Opportunities Committee during our oral evidence sessions that not believing in same-sex marriage does not make an individual homophobic in any way, shape or form. And yet a distinct lack of respect for people who express this view has already come to light, and that is before the law has changed. For example, we have seen volunteers in the third sector removed from the board for publicly supporting traditional marriage. And we've also seen our colleague Elaine Smith vilified for expressing her opposition to same-sex marriage. Yes?
John Finney.
Thank you, President Officer. I'm grateful for the member taking intervention. Would the member accept that there's been intemperate language used in both sides of this debate and condemn it like I would condemn both sides?
John Mason.
Yes, I completely accept there has been intemperate language, and if I believe everything that's said on Facebook, there are going to be thousands of people campaigning against me at the next election. At stage 2, some members asked why only the current definition was being singled out as worthy of respect in this amendment. The answer, of course, is that if the law is changed, then the new definition of marriage is automatically afforded full protection and respect by the law itself. The necessity of this amendment is to ensure that what may become the old definition of marriage, and yet one to which many in Scotland will continue to adhere, is likewise protected and respected. Should the new definition of marriage be agreed by Parliament, it is important that individuals and organisations who do not agree with that new definition feel free to express their opinions without fear. By agreeing to this amendment, Parliament would send a strong signal that intolerance of those who continue to believe in the current definition of marriage will itself not be tolerated. The language used in the amendment is a key test used by the European Court of Human Rights, as I understand it. So surely it is the hallmark of any democratic society to show tolerance and respect for those whose views may differ from the state's position. And I would therefore urge MSPs from across the chamber, whatever their view on the bill, to support this particular amendment. Moving then to Amendment 30, also in my name, it has been accepted that part of this process is the need to amend the Equality Act 2010. I know the Scottish Government has been working with the UK Government to prepare amendments to the Equality Act relating to religious bodies, celebrants and others who do not wish to take part in solemnisation of same-sex marriages. However, concerns with the Equality Act do go beyond the issue of celebrants and what happens inside religious buildings. The further issue relates to ordinary people, specifically those working in the public sector. The Equality Act is intended to protect such people against discrimination on the grounds of religion or belief. However, it has tended not to protect people on the grounds of religion or belief, rather relegating that protected characteristic below others. Therefore, I would like to see the following additional amendments to the Equality Act that would specify that protected characteristics of religion or belief includes the belief in marriage as presently defined. It would not guarantee success in the courts, but would confirm the belief is capable of being protected by the Equality Act, making clear that compliance with the public sector equality duty contained in Section 149 of the Equality Act requires ensuring that no one should suffer any detriment as a result of holding or expressing the view that marriage is between a man and a woman. Nobody working or seeking a career in the public sector in Scotland should have their equality and diversity credentials, and therefore their suitability for employment, disputed merely because they hold to the existing view of marriage. That is why I believe Amendment 30 is required.
Many thanks. I now call on Siobhan McMahon to speak to Amendment 3 and other amendments in the group, please.
Thank you. I have lodged Amendment 3 as I believe the important principle of reasonable accommodation should be prioritised in assessing how to fulfil the public sector equality duty that is contained in the UK Equality Act 2010. As I stated at Stage 2 of this bill, the public sector equality duty places a duty on public authorities to have regard to the need to eliminate discrimination, advance equality of opportunity and foster good relations, which includes the need to tackle prejudice. Many organisations, such as churches and religious charities, are at the forefront of tackling social problems in their area. For example, by working with the homeless or providing food banks. It must be made clear that the PSED should not be used to deny religious organisations that are known to be opposed to same-sex marriage the ability to provide public contracts or to hire public buildings, as many churches do. Public bodies should seek to make reasonable accommodation for religious groups in order to facilitate those organisations to maintain their ethos. For example, a local authority may claim that it would be in breach of the PSED if it were to give a grant toward the cost of a community project to, or to enter into a contractual relationship with a local church if that church were unwilling to marry same-sex couples. Similarly, public sector employees may find themselves being asked to act against their conscience if they believe in traditional marriage. Nobody who works in or seeks a career in the public sector in Scotland should have their equality and diversity credentials or their suitability for employment disputed merely because they hold the existing view of marriage, whether expressed or not. I note at Stage 2, Alec Neil said he understood the concerns that religious bodies have expressed, as well as making it clear that people who oppose same-sex marriage should not be denied public services or the use of public facilities. We have made it clear that religious bodies that oppose same-sex marriage will continue to be eligible for grants and public services. As I have said, any public service that are provided through public money must in principle be available to all. I therefore urge him to do exactly what he said at Stage 2 and support my amendment.
Thank you. Now call on Richard Lyle to speak to Amendment 1 and other amendments in the group, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As an adoptive parent myself, I would appeal to the Cabinet Secretary and to every member of this chamber, whatever their view on the bill, to understand why I feel it is incumbent upon me to return with this amendment at Stage 3. I do because this is a matter of utmost importance. You have to experience adopting a child to know what couples go through. Social work asks, quite rightly, many questions, and I personally, along with my wife, went through the process and eventually got a baby 32 years ago. I am glad that the Cabinet Secretary is on record as saying in a written answer it would not be appropriate for prospective and current foster carers who oppose same-sex marriage to have their suitability to foster children questioned just because of their opposition to same-sex marriage. I do not doubt his sincerity for 1 minute. He went on to say that opposition to same-sex marriage is not by itself sufficient to make a person unsuitable to provide foster care. And I think it's that phrase, by itself, which may trouble potential carers. It would be a genuine tragedy for everyone involved, especially children, if prospective foster carers or adopters were turned down because their views on same-sex marriage led to authorities questioning their suitability for the role. What is more likely, yet not less tragic, is that applicants with so-called traditional views on marriage will be put off applying in the first place, fearing they will be branded homophobic. It is also worth emphasising this amendment gives no special protection to people who disagree with same-sex marriage. Rather, it means that no views on the subject, whether or not against, should be the factors in the approval process. My amendment would therefore provide equal protection for a couple who are passionately in favour of same-sex marriage who found themselves in difficulty. That is why the bill should include a clause stating that views on same-sex marriage cannot be taken into consideration during the process of approving prospective foster carers or adoptive parents, and I therefore earnestly urge colleagues to lend me their support this afternoon. Moving on to Amendment 2, the aim of this amendment is to ensure that an organisation's charitable status is protected if it believes in the present definition of marriage. As every member will know, Scottish civic society is teeming with charitable organisations, many of them religious, who are engaged in all sorts of social activities in their communities, whether it be food banks, homeless service or debt advice. It is also a case that many of these charities, due to their ethos, would not be supportive of same-sex marriage. This certainly does not mean that same-sex couples would be discriminated against in the terms of the service provided by these bodies. To suggest otherwise is wrong and would be a terrible insult to these organisations. On the contrary, the issue at stake is that OSCR may seek to use a charity's opposition to same-sex marriage as a means to challenge its public benefit. The loss of charitable status could easily lead to a closure which would have a huge detrimental impact upon the vulnerable people who rely on the services they provide. Despite previous ministerial assurances regarding the future of the Catholic Adoption Agency, the Office of the Scottish Charity Regulator, OSCAR, has sought to remove charitable status from St Margaret's Children and Family Care Society because St Margaret's give preferential to married couples. I hope all members have read the extremely thoughtful letter sent to him by Reverend Thomas White, Executive Chair at St Margaret's, expanding on the issue. The fact that OSCAR's decision has been overturned in appeal in the last few days is extremely good news, but it does not mask the fact that OSCAR wished to remove St Margaret's charitable status, and that a lengthy period of uncertainty, disruption and distress has engulfed this small society. St Margaret's had to use the law to protect itself. However, a well less resourced charity may feel that the cost would deter such an action. The appeal decision is welcome, but the entire sorry episode serves to underline why this amendment is so important. The amendment would simply ensure that OSCAR could not consider an organisation's position on same-sex marriage when assessing its charitable status. I would therefore urge the Government and all members to seek to put this matter beyond doubt and back my amendment. This would send out a powerful message to many voluntary bodies currently hard at work in our communities who may be worried about the unforeseen impact of the bill. I therefore move Amendment 1 and 2 in my name.
Thanks very much. We have several members wishing to speak now, so I would urge members to be as relatively brief as they can in making their point. Call firstly Marco Biaggi.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Above all, with this bill and what will shortly be a law, I want it to be even-handed. I want the same protections and the same clauses to apply to LGBT people as well as those who are not LGBT and those who are not LGBT and oppose the provisions of this bill. There isn't a time at the Equal Opportunities Committee when the Equality Act is mentioned and my colleague John Mason doesn't mention the prospect of a hierarchy of rights. It seems to me that this group of amendments tries to create a hierarchy of rights by creating special protections that are currently unnecessary. Let me quote section 14 of the bill as it stands. Nothing in this part, so far as it makes provision for the marriage of persons of the same sex, and as to the persons who may solemnise such marriages, affects the exercise of A, the Convention right to freedom of thought, conscience and religion, B, the Convention right to freedom of expression. Those two very, very strong protections run right through this bill and run equally to both sides of the debate. Moreover, the Equality Act amendments that are suggested in Amendment 30 have already been rejected by the UK Government and would therefore cause the bill never to come into force. The issue of Amendment 26, that is opposition to same-sex marriage, is a belief worthy of respect in a democratic society. John Mason suggests that the bill requires this because the bill itself creates a new definition, but the bill itself goes out of its way to ensure that a church or other religious organisation not performing same-sex marriage is perfectly legal. it creates a situation where every church has to choose. So it seems perverse, therefore, to think that the wording of the bill could be cited as a reason for actions against a group that had used the powers that were set up in that bill. There is a very strong difference between a bill that permits same-sex marriage and one which criminalised opposition to it. This is very clearly a permissive rather than a compulsive bill. I don't think any of these amendments are necessary. I think all of these protections are here, and I would just say that I would not want to lodge an amendment stating that support for same-sex marriage is a belief worthy of respect in a democratic society, or an organisation that supports same-sex marriage should not be denied access to public services, even though I can foresee circumstances where there may be local authorities or organisations who would have a bit of reluctance about that. Let us have one set of protections that applies broadly, that covers everyone, so that we are all equal in the eyes of the law.
Thank you. Now call on Jackie Bailey. Briefly, please.
Presiding Officer, I wish to make comment on Amendments 1 and 2 in the name of Richard Lyle and Amendment 30 in the name of John Mason. And let me start with the latter. I can say I'm totally opposed to Amendment 30. Whether John Mason intended this to be the case or not, this is undoubtedly a wrecking amendment. Expanding a protective characteristic of religion and belief to include belief that marriage should only be between one man and woman raises questions about the overall status of other beliefs. As I understand it, it is extremely unlikely that the UK Government will agree to that particular amendment to the Equality Act. And because the bill before us today could only be introduced after those specific changes, then the bill would effectively never happen. It is, of course, up to individual colleagues to exercise their judgment on this amendment, but I would urge caution given the likely effect of passing something like this. The Scottish Government has, of course, been in dialogue with UK counterparts, and it would be very useful for the Cabinet Secretary to set out the agreement for an order under Section 104 of the Scotland Act and how these additional protections in the Equality Act will be taken forward. Let me turn to the amendments from Richard Lyle. Now, it does seem a long time ago now, but I do recall these matters being discussed during the passage of previous legislation in this chamber, and my colleague Michael McMahon seeking clarification from ministers about Catholic adoption agencies when we last considered fostering an adoption. He was given an on-the-record assurance about the Scottish Government's intentions, and we know that that counts. And I recognise that decisions about adoption and fostering are taken with the interests of the child as the paramount factor. So what reassurance can the Cabinet Secretary offer that belief in traditional marriage between a man and a woman is not an issue in determining fostering and adoption? The Chamber will understand concerns when the charitable status of St Margaret's Adoption Agency was questioned, and I'm sure I, like many others in the Chamber, delighted at the ruling of the Scottish Charity Appeals Panel just last week that recognised that they do provide public benefit and they do qualify for charitable status. So finally, Presiding Officer, my question to the Cabinet Secretary is really whether we need to put this beyond doubt by putting it on the face of the bill, and if not, what clear indication of safeguards and intention on the part of the Government can he offer, which would be useful to members in determining how they vote?
Thank you. Now call on Margaret Mitchell.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I speak in support of Amendment 26, which reflects a very high level of public concern about same-sex marriage and seeks to protect those who hold to the current definition of marriage. Amendment 26 therefore provides a wider protection than the amendment or provision protecting clergy and religious celebrants. In essence, it seeks to ensure the right to freedom of speech for individuals of all faiths that believe that marriage is only between a man and a woman. And in a democratic society, showing respect and tolerance for those whose views differ from the position legislated by the state is fundamental. The main argument against Amendment 26 appears to be that it's discriminatory because it implies that other views are not worthy of respect. And this, Presiding Officer, I consider to be oversensitive to the point of looking like an excuse not to support this fundamental freedom. Amendment 3 is also, I believe, worthy of support to guard against the overzealous, politically correct interpretation of this legislation, and it's on that basis too that I consider Richard Lyle's Amendments 1 and 2 are also worthy of support.
Thank you very much. I now call on Jim Eadie, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I rise to oppose Amendment 1 in the name of my friend and colleague Richard Lyle, who, with on this subject, I have a respectful disagreement. The amendment is identical to Stage 2 Amendment 43, which the Equal Opportunities Committee considered and disagreed to. The amendment would prevent an adoption agency, court or local authority from taking into account a person's views about same-sex marriage in all cases, in making decisions on approving the person as an adopter or relating to the adoption of a child, or in approving the person as a foster carer. Speaking as I do as someone who is both gay and adopted, I believe that this amendment is discriminatory and unnecessary. It is discriminatory because it singles out beliefs about same-sex marriage as being worthy of particular protection. But why should other beliefs not be equally protected? For example, a belief that divorce is wrong. Passing legislation that gives greater protection to one particular belief may undermine the legal position of all other beliefs, because courts may take the view that the Parliament intended that beliefs not specifically listed in legislation should be less protected. I believe the amendment is unnecessary because adoption and fostering legislation already requires decisions to be based, as Jackie Bailey said, on one paramount consideration: the best interests of the child. Constraining the courts, local authorities and adoption agencies, as the amendment seeks to do, could unacceptably interfere with their ability to ensure that the best interests of the child remain the paramount consideration. Clearly, and here I agree with Richard Lyle, a person's view on same-sex marriage should not and must not, as both family law and equality and human rights legislation already state, be the determining factor in deciding their suitability as adoptive or foster parents. However, it would be disproportionate and would distort the decision-making process to exclude all consideration of such views in all cases. For example, where a child has been successfully brought up for some years by a same-sex couple and is now in need of adoption or fostering, the fact that a possible adoptive or foster parent has very strong views against same-sex marriage and says that they would seek to teach the child those views might in some cases count against their suitability as adoptive or foster parents. So I think, for those reasons, the amendment is disproportionate. Overall, I believe it is unnecessary and it could be discriminatory. For all of those reasons, I urge the Chamber to reject the amendment.
Thank you. Now call on Nigel Dawn.
Presiding Officer, I'd briefly like to make reference to Amendment 26. First of all, can I make the point that it does start for the avoidance of doubt? I do indeed agree that it is unnecessary. Indeed, that is presumed within the words. But there is a very widespread concern, which I'm sure we've all seen from our mailboxes. Why is it relevant here? Why is it not discriminatory in its context? Quite simply because it comes in a bill which changes the 2,000-plus-year-old definition of marriage. That is precisely why that is the right place for it. It's not discriminatory in its context. It would be anywhere else, of course, but right where it's placed, it does seem to me to provide reassurance, if not protection.
Thank you very much. Now call on Patrick Harvey.
Thank you. Marco Biaggi points out that this group of amendments creates a hierarchy, and I think he's quite right. But in particular, Amendments 26 and 3 open up another possibility, that it will in fact increase the likelihood of speculative attempts to press matters through the courts. In particular, the scenario I'm sure we can all envisage when any measure taken by a local authority or another public body to promote equality or to prevent or to tackle prejudice and discrimination would be challenged in the courts on the basis that it doesn't show sufficient respect for the belief that same-sex marriage is wrong. Similarly, Amendment 3, particularly in the form of words that it uses in subsection 2, the belief that marriage may only be between a man and a woman. Not that it should be, but that it may only be. I think this amendment would open up the possibility of organisations seeking to refuse to acknowledge same-sex married couples as married couples, refusing to treat them as married couples because they take the view that that's not what marriage ought to be. I think that amendment would give rise to a whole host of potential legal challenges, which I suspect the member who's moving the amendment would not, in fact, wish to see happen. With regard to Richard Lyle's amendments 1 and 2, I think in particular the fact that Amendment 1 says that the views of a person on whether same-sex marriage may be between persons of the same sex may not be considered. It seems to me to imply very clearly that those views may not be considered no matter in what terms they are expressed. Now, I know there are people who will make the case that opposing same-sex marriage does not make a person homophobic. Perhaps on another occasion there will be greater time to debate that question in depth. But I'm sure that all members in the Chamber do accept that homophobia does exist in our society, and that many of the people who express such views, in some of the terms you'll have seen in your inboxes, those views would be legitimate to consider in such an application. To suggest that they can never be considered goes far too far. Finally, Amendment 30 is the most transparent wrecking amendment that we see on the papers in front of us today. To suggest that this legislation cannot come into force until amendments, which we know will not happen to the Equality Act, are brought forward, this is simply an attempt to stymie the will of the majority of Parliament in passing the principle of same-sex marriage. And I urge members on all sides to reject all of the amendments in this group.
Thank you. And I'd just like to advise the Parliament that I am exercising my power under Rule 9.8.4ac to extend the next time limit to avoid debate on this group being unreasonably curtailed. And I now call Murdo Fraser.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I wish to speak in support of Richard Lyall's Amendment number 2, which deals with the question of charitable status, an issue I raised during the Stage 1 debate. And as Richard Lyall pointed out, there will be many faith-based social providers who might well fall foul of this legislation should it be passed in its current form. I have no doubt, if this legislation is passed, there will be challenges to the charitable status of certain faith-based social providers who take a traditional view of marriage. We saw that in relation, of course, as already has been mentioned, to St Margaret's Adoption Agency, in relation to the view it takes on same-sex adoptive couples. Now, as we've heard already, the good news is that that issue has now been resolved and the decision has been taken that charitable status should be retained. That, of course, does not mean that the same would necessarily apply should this legislation be passed, because we're dealing with a completely different piece of legislation and a different set of circumstances. But even so, even though St Margaret's survived, it nevertheless suffered huge disruption to its important charitable work and a cost of some £50,000 in legal expenses. A cost and a challenge which could well close down many other faith-based charities which have a much smaller budget. So it seems to me we should put this matter beyond doubt. It is a very simple and straightforward issue. The Scottish Government has made its view clear that it does not want to see charitable status removed from such faith-based social providers. The Scottish Government, seems to me, should take the lead on this and put the matter beyond doubt and accept this amendment. They will no doubt say it is unnecessary, but it seems to me, if there is any doubt, if anything can be done to deter what might be vexatious challenges to the charitable status of faith-based social providers, they should be put in place. And let me just close by asking the Cabinet Secretary if he would address one point when he comes to wind up on this group. If he does not think this amendment is necessary, but he does agree with me that we want to see the charitable status of such faith providers protected, will he agree with me, would he undertake to the Parliament that in the event that this bill is passed, and in the event that we subsequently do see such challenges to the charitable status of faith-based providers, he will bring back to this Parliament primary legislation to put the matter right, because I believe that this Parliament is agreed that we do not want to see this charitable status removed.
Thank you. Briefly, Kevin Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I've told the Chamber before that it came as a bit of a shock to me when I was first elected some 15 years ago to be told that I was a parent. And to be on that, my shock increased dramatically when I was told that I was a parent of hundreds of children. And now, in this place, like everyone else, I'm the corporate parent to thousands of children in this country. And that is why I've always had an interest in terms of adoption and fostering, because I think it's much better if a kid ends up with parents rather than going through the care system. And I think that when it comes to adoption and fostering, the consideration of that child's future is absolutely paramount. Now, what I cannot understand is Mr Lyall's amendment here, which gives special protection, special provision
to one set of beliefs but not to other beliefs, as Mr Eadie outlined very eloquently earlier on. And I really do think that this amendment is a little bit daft, to say the least, because what we would end up with is a huge amount of other folk coming forward with future amendments when it comes to adoption and fostering, asking for special provision, special protection for other folks who hold different beliefs. And I think, that is, would be a rod for our own backs. I'm very interested to hear what the Cabinet Secretary has to say on this issue. But as it stands, I think that Mr Lyall's amendment should be rejected by Parliament.
Thank you. And finally and briefly, Bob Doris.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I just want to give a brief contribution in relation to Richard Lyall's amendment number 1. I was compelled to rise to speak in relation to it following Mr Eadie's contribution. I agree wholeheartedly with Mr Eadie's contribution that equality and rights in this area cuts both ways, and I thought he gave a very practical example of why this particular amendment is flawed, but also to put on the record, and I hope I misheard Mr Harvey, whose views in this matter I completely respect. In relation to Amendment 1, I thought he mentioned that he believed people who opposed same-sex marriage may be, as a rule, homophobic. I don't necessarily believe that is the case, and I hope I'm wrong, and it's an opportunity, I think, for Mr Harvey just to clarify that particular point.
Patrick Harvey, are you making an intervention?
Thank you. I think the point I was making is that some people have argued that simply opposing same-sex marriage does not make a person homophobic. Whether or not I agree with that, and I'm not sure I'm convinced of that as an argument on blanket terms, the point I was making is that homophobia does exist, and it's important that in the legislation that this Parliament has, the debates it conducts, we do nothing that endorses or justifies that homophobia which exists in our society.
Thank you, Bob Doris. You must be brief.
Yes, Presiding Officer, I'm delighted that I did contribute in relation to Amendment 1, because I believe and I agree with every word that Mr Harvey said, and that was an opportunity for him to clarify that. So, on the basis of what we've heard, I won't be supporting Amendment 1 this afternoon.
Many thanks. Now call on the Cabinet Secretary, Alec Neil.
Thank you very much indeed, Presiding Officer. Like others, I'm concerned about the potential impact of these amendments and do not support them. A number would make specific reference in legislation to protecting views about marriage being between one man and one woman. That raises questions, as others have said, about other views. Turning to specific amendments, I do not consider that Amendment 26 is actually necessary. I agree a belief that marriage should only ever be between one man and one woman is worthy of respect. However, it would be unnecessary and unhelpful to put specific provision in the bill on this. Making specific reference in legislation to one issue would raise questions about other beliefs where there is no specific legislative provision. In addition, the effect of providing in law that one particular view is worthy of respect is unclear. It could almost suggest that the view could not be criticised, which would undermine freedom of speech. On Amendment 3, I agree a person or body that believes marriage may only be between one man and one woman should not, on the basis of that belief, suffer detriment when using a public authority's service or facility. However, there is already provision in this area. At Stage 2, Siobhan McMahon expressed concern about, for example, religious organisations opposed to same-sex marriage not being allowed to provide public contracts or not being allowed to hire public buildings. And in response to the request from Jackie Bailey during her speech, let me quote the relevant section of the amendments to the Equality Act, the UK Equality Act 2010, which I have agreed with the UK Government. And one of those amendments is to protect people from discrimination in relation to persons controlling the use of religious or belief premises who refuse to allow these premises to be used for same-sex marriages. In other words, people cannot be discriminated against because they are refusing to allow those premises to be used as outlined by Siobhan McMahon. A public body which refuses to let premises to a religious body just because of the religious body's views on same-sex marriage risks a successful claim for discrimination, however. And the key factor in relation to the award of contracts is balancing cost, quality and sustainability to provide the service to all who need it, rather than their views on same-sex marriage. So I do not consider that Amendment 3 is necessary or helpful. And as with other amendments in this group, the amendment is unhelpful in that it raises questions about the impact on other beliefs where there is no specific legislative provision. On Amendment 1, I do appreciate Richard Lyall's concerns, but the key and overriding principle in relation to adoption and fostering is the welfare of the child. It is already the case in law that views in same-sex marriage, or anything else for that matter, should not disqualify anyone from becoming a foster carer or adoptive parent. If this amendment should be carried, we would be singling out views on marriage as being a specific issue that should not be considered by adoption agencies, the courts and local authorities. Again, it seems unnecessary and unhelpful to single out views on same-sex marriage in this way. The better approach is to assess prospective foster carers and adoptive parents in a comprehensive way on their ability to provide loving homes and to promote the welfare of children in their care. We should not concentrate on views and issues of the day, but instead concentrate absolutely on what is best for the child. And I have similar concerns about Amendment 2. It is already the case that the simple expression of a view in same-sex marriage, which is to the furtherance of a body's charitable purposes, is not expected to adversely affect the body's charitable status. Under the 2005 Act, a body seeking charitable status has to show the Office of the Scottish Charity Regulator, OSCAR, or the courts that its purposes are for public benefit. The Act does not lay down what purposes are for the public benefit. Amendment 2 appears to seek to change this only in respect of same-sex marriage. This could raise general questions on how charitable status is decided, and singling out views on same-sex marriage could cast doubt about the expression by a charity of a view on other issues, leading to the need to repeatedly amend the 2005 Act to make provision about each of those issues. That, of course, is similar to the concern about many of the amendments in this group. And finally, on Amendment 30, yes, I will do.
Murdo Fraser, briefly, please.
Anyway, just before he leaves addressing Amendment 2, would you address the point that I raised? If he turns out to be wrong about this when this legislation is passed, and should there be successful challenges to the charitable status of faith-based social providers who take a traditional view of marriage, will he undertake to bring primary legislation back to this Parliament to put matters right?
Alec Neil.
Can I say, Presiding Officer, we are absolutely, totally sure that we are not wrong in this matter. And very clearly, if a situation arose under unforeseen circumstances, very clearly we would revert to whatever was necessary to sort out the situation and rectify it, because clearly that would not be an acceptable position. I hope that reassures the member that we are absolutely sure of what we are proposing. But if we turn out to be wrong, and it would be a highly unusual occurrence in my estimation, then we would take corrective action as appropriate at the time. Can I finally say in Amendment 30, I do not consider that the suggested changes to the Equality Act 2010 are desirable. The first suggested change is to the protected characteristic of religion or belief. If the protected characteristic of religion or belief should be amended to make a specific reference to the belief that marriage may only be between a man and a woman, doubts could be raised about whether other beliefs are covered by the protected characteristic. Similarly, I do not agree with the proposed amendment to Section 149 of the 2010 Act on the public sector equality duty. The amendment would provide that complying with the equality duty requires a public authority to ensure that a belief that marriage may only be between a man and a woman is respected, and that no person may suffer any detriment as a result of holding or expressing such a belief. Imposing an obligation on a public authority that they must ensure a specific belief is respected would be giving them a duty they could not deliver. Given I do not consider these changes to the Equality Act should be made, it follows that I do not consider the commencement of the same-sex marriage provisions should depend on these changes. Indeed, as already stated by Jackie Baillie and others, it is highly unlikely that the UK Government would make these changes to the Equality Act. Amendment 30 would appear to stop the provisions on same-sex marriage in the bill from being commenced. That would, of course, have a huge impact on the bill and could delay same-sex marriages in Scotland for an indefinite period. We would have to discuss these proposed amendments to the Equality Act with the UK Government, who are actually opposed to them and opposed them themselves when they were considering their own legislation. And I do think the effect of, perhaps the intention wasn't, but the effect of Amendment 30 would be to wreck this bill entirely. I therefore invite the Parliament to reject all of these amendments.
Many thanks. I now call on John Mason to wind up and press withdraw his amendment.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and thank you for all the contributions. To mention one or two, Mark Ubiadje and I think Patrick Harvey in the same area talk about wanting balance and not wanting to have a hierarchy of rights, but that is exactly the point that I am making, that there does appear to be a hierarchy of rights at the moment, and what we are seeking to do is to equalise these so that all protected characteristics in the Equalities Act be treated more equally. This point was raised at Westminster, including by myself when I was there at the committee studying the Equalities Bill as it was going through down there, and the government at that time refused to either say all rights were equal or that there was a hierarchy. But I think in practical experience we have seen that there is a hierarchy in the courts. I think one point I certainly disagree with Mark Ubiadje on is the whole point that he emphasises the churches and the denominations being protected, but misses out protection for people in the voluntary sector and people in the public sector. Now, both Jackie Baillie and Alec... yes?
Appreciate the articles, the relevant articles of the European Convention on Human Rights, including the one for freedom of thought, expression and religion, apply equally to individuals, organisations and any other form of entity that might exist in this country.
John Mason.
But the reality is the courts decided against somebody like Lillian Liddell, who was not allowed to exercise any freedom in her case. Jackie Baillie and Alec Neil both said this was a wrecking amendment. I'm willing to accept that this is a more difficult amendment to achieve than some of the others. However, the reality is that any amendments to the Equality Act 2010 are through negotiation with Westminster, and that is all that this is really seeking. Murdo Fraser made strong arguments for Amendment 2, which I think many members will have been convinced of. Kevin Stewart talked about only protecting one group, but I think there's an issue here that it's not all groups that are under the same amount of pressure. And if we take the principle, Alec Neil mentioned this as well, that the Equality Act 2010 has exactly the same problem, that it does not cover every single possible group that could be discriminated against, but only focuses on the 8 or 9 that are most focused against. Most discriminated against. Now, Alec Neil said he was, quote, absolutely, totally sure, unquote, and I think he maybe backed off that slightly later because that seemed an incredibly strong statement to make about anything that might happen in the future in the courts. But all in all, I would want to focus on Amendment 26. We all seem to be agreed with the wording of that. But if we reject this amendment, are we saying that this belief in traditional marriage is not worthy of respect? And I think if members wanted to send out a message that they had been listening, Amendment 26 would be a good one to support. Thank you.
You're pressing your amendment, I take it. Thank you. So the question is that Amendment 26 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are not agreed. There will therefore be a 1-minute division. Please cast your votes now. Result of the vote on amendment number 26 in the name of John Mason is yes 19, no 95. There were 7 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. And because I extended the time limit for the last group, we currently have less than 10 minutes to deal with groups 3 and 4. Clearly that will not be sufficient time, and therefore I advise members that any member has the right under Rule 9.8.5a to move a motion without notice, proposing that the next time limit be moved by up to 30 minutes. Does any member wish to so move? Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. So the question is that the next time limit be moved by up to 30 minutes. Are we all agreed? We are. And so we will now move to Amendment 3. And I call Amendment 3 in the name of Siobhan McMahon, already debated with Amendment number 26. Siobhan McMahon, to move or not move?
Move.
Thank you. And so the question is that Amendment 3 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are not, so there will therefore be a division. This will be a 30-second division. Please cast your votes now. Result of the vote on amendment number 3 in the name of Siobhan McMahon is yes 21, no 98. There were 2 abstentions, and the amendment is therefore not agreed. I now call Amendment 1 in the name of Richard Lyle, already debated with Amendment 26. Mr Lyle, to move or not move?
Move. Presiding Officer, can I have a few seconds to reply to some of the comments made?
No, I'm afraid you cannot.
Okay, thank you.
We will move immediately to the question. I'm sorry. The question is that Amendment 1 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are not agreed. There will be a 30-second division. Please cast your votes now. The result of the vote on amendment number 1 in the name of Richard Lyle is yes 20, no 98. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I now call Amendment 2 in the name of Richard Lyle, already debated with Amendment number 26. Mr Lyle, to move or not move?
Move.
Thank you. So the question is that Amendment 2 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are not agreed. There will therefore be a 30-second division. Please cast your vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 2 in the name of Richard Lyle is yes 27, no 92, and there were 2 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed, which concludes Group 2, and we now move to Group 3, review of same-sex marriage, and I call Amendment 27 in the name of John Mason, in a group on its own. Mr Mason, to move and speak to Amendment 27, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Members will be glad to know this is the last of my amendments. Whatever our view of this bill, it's certainly a major change to what has been the case, what has been the tradition in Scotland for a very long time. Even if there is a big majority in Parliament, as there was at stage 1, to pass this bill, the public is much more evenly split than we are. I would suggest that this, again, is one of the easiest amendments to support, even for proponents of the bill. It can send out a message that Parliament is listening, and if anything happens that is not intended on either side of the argument, because it is a neutral amendment, that can be reviewed in due course. Therefore, I believe that there should be a commitment to review the legislation after 5 years and to assess its impact. If the impact is minimal, then the review will still be worthwhile. If, however, the legislation does have any negative effects, or even if it does not have all the positive effects that its supporters hope for, then a review will serve as a means of addressing these. It has been said before that Parliament should be regularly reviewing all legislation, but I think we know that that has not always been managed in the past. Therefore, this amendment would put down a simple marker saying a review has to happen. Now, it was suggested at stage 2 that this amendment could be interpreted as a sunset clause, the implication being that if it was accepted, it could mean that same-sex marriages might in future be abolished. But that is clearly not the case, and all that is being asked for is a review. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call on Marco Biaggi.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My comments on this will be very brief. I think our debate here today of the outcome of something that happened in 2007 shows that these issues will continue, and these issues will be looked at and debated in this chamber without the need for an arbitrary review at any particular time period in the future. The suggestion that this bill will be passed today and then will sit on the statute books unexamined is, I think, rather far-fetched. And given that this Parliament will be actively watching this, and civil society no doubt will be actively debating this for years to come, I do not see the need for having this arbitrary review at a 5-year point.
Many thanks. Now call on Jim Hume.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I tend to agree with Marco Biaggi also and disagree with John Mason's amendment. It ignores the democracy of this Parliament. It's calling on the Scottish ministers to look at the review. Scottish ministers to consult with who they think appropriate, and the Scottish ministers to state which state or give out a report as well. This Parliament has a committee structure. Its committee structures have the protocol of reviewing all legislation. So I therefore agree with Marco Biaggi in that this is an unnecessary amendment and shall be voting therefore against it.
Thank you very much. Alex Johnstone.
Presiding Officer, post-legislative review is a good idea in all cases. It's one of the objectives that this Parliament does not achieve often enough. The 6 previous amendments that we've debated today, and several others which were raised at stage 2, including my own, which were not brought back, were designed to ensure that this bill, once an act of law, did not have unintended consequences. The case for each of the previous amendments has been argued well, but has been substantially rejected by this Parliament. It therefore seems reasonable that at the end of this process, we have an amendment which is designed to protect against unintended consequences. Amendment 27 doesn't ask you to change the legislation in any way. What it asks for is a review to ensure that after 5 years, should the majority of this Parliament turn out to have been wrong, and that there are unintended consequences, that a review should take place and the government of the day will be able to deal, as it sees fit, with these problems. The suggestion that this is somehow a sunset clause is one which I do not accept, and it is made clear in Amendment 27 that this is a review of the effect of same-sex marriage. I think it's vital that when we come to a conclusion on this bill, we find a way to bring this Parliament together. I think it's therefore reasonable that the majority, who seem likely to have their way at decision time tonight, take this only remaining opportunity to offer an olive branch to the other sections of opinion within Parliament who are concerned about the effects of this bill and ensure that this amendment is passed. The effect of the amendment, should you be right, is virtually zero. The effects of this amendment, should there be unintended consequences, will be to offer an opportunity for the government of the day to deal with these problems. So I invite members across the chamber to take the opportunity to join this Parliament together around this amendment to ensure that we all have something which we can agree on and we can take forward alongside this legislation.
Thank you. Patrick Harvie.
Thank you. It's been quite properly pointed out that post-legislative scrutiny is a matter for parliamentary committees, and no doubt any committee that considers this work necessary to undertake will do so in their own good time. But John Mason says that this amendment is designed to send a signal. Let me ask members to consider what signal it will in fact send. The signal it will send for the next 5 years is that same-sex marriages remain an open question, and that anyone who's conducted a same-sex marriage, anyone who has formed a relationship and has married their same-sex partner, will still have that question mark hanging over them. What is the future going to be? Is there any other category of marriages that members would like to keep on hold for the next 5 years while we conduct a review about the consequences? I don't think so. I'll give way very briefly. Yeah.
I wonder if the member would also agree that the message it sends, based on the stipulations within the amendment, is that somehow same-sex marriage can only have negative consequences.
Harvey.
I agree, and this is my final point, Deputy Presiding Officer, that this is in relation to the argument that there will be unintended consequences. And I know that there have been people whipping up completely groundless fears about what the consequences of this legislation will be. Let me explain what the consequences will be. Some couples who love each other will get married. They might previously have had a civil partnership. Some confetti will be thrown. Some cake will be eaten. Occasionally, an auntie will use the excuse to buy a new hat. And with a little bit of luck, with just a little bit of luck, some of these people might live happily ever after. So my olive branch, as that's been requested by Alex Johnson, is simply to say this. Let us welcome the consequences, the real consequences that will flow from passing this legislation. Let us welcome them with joy.
Thank you. Christine Graham.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Mine is a very, very simple question. I don't know what is meant by the effects of. And if you're going to put something into legislation that you're then going to review, you have to tell me what that means.
Thank you. Perhaps a question for the Cabinet Secretary, to whom we now come.
Great. Thank you very much indeed, Presiding Officer. Like others, I do not support Amendment 27. I think the points made by Patrick Harvie are very valid indeed. I think we're all agreed that every piece of legislation passed by this Parliament should be subject at the right time and at the Parliament's choosing of post-legislative scrutiny. But this is not about really the typical normal post-legislative scrutiny process. For example, it only refers to the provisions of the bill relating to same-sex marriage. This is a much wider bill than same-sex marriage. It extends the notice period for marriages. It allows civil marriage ceremonies to take place anywhere agreed by the couple and the registrar. It puts belief bodies in the same footing as religious bodies in relation to the solemnisation of marriage. It introduces qualifying requirements for religious and belief bodies to meet before they can solemnise marriage. It introduces religious and belief civil partnerships, and of course it makes very wide provisions for the transgender community. And yet the amendment doesn't refer to any of these other provisions, really, of the bill. So I think to paint this as a normal post-scrutiny review of the bill really is not a proper or accurate reflection of the effect of this amendment. Can I also say, Presiding Officer, that while I appreciate that John Mason claims that this is not a sunset clause, it is still very potentially a very destabilising clause on the impact of the bill. And I think it would be really detrimental to the reputation of the Parliament if we passed this amendment, and it would be a very wrong signal that we would send out to the entirety of Scottish society. And I would hope that the Parliament will reject this amendment and do so decisively.
Thank you. John Mason, to wind up and press to withdraw your amendment.
Thank you again, Presiding Officer. Just a few brief comments. I agree with Jim Hume that committees should be reviewing legislation. I've been here nearly 3 years now. I don't think that's happening. So there may be other ways of dealing with that, but I think somehow this Parliament, we need to get our act together on actually reviewing previous legislation. Patrick Harvey and Mark MacDonald had an interesting interchange, and Mark MacDonald suggested that the review is suggesting that there could only be negative consequences. I do not see that in the amendment. Perhaps he wants to correct me where that is. Christine Graham talks about the effect of the introduction of same-sex marriage. I mean, in normal English, as an accountant, I understand that. I do not know what the legal problem with these particular words might be. Yes?
I don't know what the remit of any review would be if it's just the effects of. It's far too broad.
John Mason.
Well, I'm not sure that's clarified it very much in my mind. Maybe other members understand, but effect of is the consequences, and it specifically mentions have there been any court proceedings or tribunals and such like. The Cabinet Secretary refers to why is it only asking for a review concerning same-sex marriage, and I think the reality is the rest of this bill is largely non-controversial. I don't think there was really hardly any divisions at committee on the other parts of this bill. So, by all means, review the whole bill, but it's this particular area that is needing to be looked at. And I think Alec Johnson put it quite well by saying, you know, an olive branch, and the effect, in fact, would be almost zero. So, given this is my final amendment, I mean, I do find it disappointing that the Cabinet Secretary wouldn't even commit to a review in a time, even if it wasn't in the legislation, but I do press my amendment.
Thank you very much. So the question is that Amendment 27 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are not agreed. There will therefore be a 1-minute division. Please vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 27 in the name of John Mason is yes 19, no 100. There was one abstention. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Which now takes us to Group 4, Review of Civil Partnership, and I call Amendment 28 in the name of Patrick Harvey, grouped with Amendment 29. Mr Harvey, to move Amendment 28 and speak to both amendments in the group, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Amendment 28 requires the Scottish Government to conduct a review of the future of civil partnership. It sets a timescale of 9 months after royal assent on the bill. It also requires that the review should set out options, including the option of enabling two people of different sexes to enter into civil partnership with one another, opening up that mechanism in the way that we are currently opening up marriage to same-sex couples. And finally, it requires ministers to consult in preparing that report. Amendment 29 is consequential. Is that an intervention already?
Dave Thompson.
Thank the member for taking the intervention. I'm intrigued by the amendment, actually, because it's not so long ago that we were being told that marriage was the gold standard and that people in civil partnerships felt like second-class citizens. Now, if that was true, then why would anyone choose a civil partnership over a civil marriage?
Patrick Harvey.
The member has not been told by me that marriage is a gold standard. I regard the importance of choice as something that I think that we should all be committed to, that people for whom marriage is the option they wish to pursue should be able to make that choice. There will be others who believe that civil partnership better reflects their personal values their ideology or what have you, or some who regard marriage as having a religious connotation that they don't choose to buy into. The reality is, Deputy Presiding Officer, that we don't know in relation to same-sex couples what the uptake of civil partnership will be in the future. We don't know what level of appetite there might be amongst mixed-sex couples for civil partnership instead of marriage. We know there is some. A case has been taken to the European Court challenging the legislation in the UK on this matter. And it's been recognised that there is an imbalance that will arise in that same-sex couples will be able to choose either civil partnership or marriage, or indeed cohabitation, whereas mixed-sex couples will only have 2 of those options. And if some were to challenge that on human rights ground, it might be hard to justify not allowing them to have a civil partnership. Now, the Scottish Government and the UK Government have both noted this and agreed to conduct reviews. The Scottish Government published its remit for a review in September, but we don't know much more about the timescale for that. We don't know much more about the options the Scottish Government is currently considering. The UK Government's review was published very recently, and quite troublingly, it opens up the possibility that people in same-sex civil partnerships would be compelled either to have those civil partnerships dissolved or have them converted into marriages when that hadn't been their choice. I have lodged these amendments purely in order to open the debate on this question and to offer the Cabinet Secretary the opportunity to set out the Scottish Government's position on this, its current thinking, and hopefully to indicate that there's a willingness to consider opening civil partnership to mixed-sex couples, just as we're opening marriage to same-sex couples, and also hopefully to close down the possibility that civil partners would be forced to convert to a marriage or to lose their legal status altogether. And I move Amendment 28.
Thanks very much. Now call on Jamie Hepburn.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And, I do think there's merit in reviewing the position of civil partnerships. So I thank Patrick Harvey for bringing forward this amendment. Clearly, I think most people would accept that this Parliament created the institution of civil partnerships because at that stage it wasn't quite prepared to do what we're likely to do today and legislate for those in same-sex relationships to be able to get married. And I actually approach this from a slightly different perspective of that of Patrick Harvey, because if we do legislate for same-sex couples to be able to get married, then I do think it actually calls into question the position of the institution of civil partnerships. Because I think, frankly, even those who are in civil partnerships today, I doubt very much that they actually aspire to enter the institution of civil partnerships. They chose to enter that institution because it was one available to them. I suspect that most of those people in that institution actually already regard themselves as married, and I think that's why it's important that we're taking the step we do today. So I actually do think the step we take calls into question the ongoing position of civil partnerships on an ongoing basis. I know that the Scottish Government is, as Patrick Harvey has called for, is reviewing the position. I do accept equally accept Patrick Harvey's point about choice. I think that's why it's important that we have a review that can inform the position. If the Minister could perhaps set out how the review will go forward, what options it will consider, then this amendment, with which I sympathise, may be unnecessary.
Thank you. Alex Johnston.
Very briefly, Presiding Officer, dare I ask if Mr Harvey could, in his closing remarks, explain to us how a few minutes ago a review was a bad idea?
Thank you very much. Now call on Marco Biaggi.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Alex Johnson refers to a lack of agreement here, so perhaps I'll begin by quoting an unusual associate in the argument on civil partnerships, who said, "There is no discrimination whatsoever in the present law except that against heterosexual population relating to civil partnerships." Those are the words of someone I've never quoted before, Norman Tebbit, who agrees that the status quo on civil partnerships is untenable. And perhaps it is in that spirit of agreement is the reason why a rainbow has appeared over the Parliament even this afternoon as we've debated here. But I have an issue with the ongoing existence of civil partnerships for same-sex couples only, because I do think that's actually indirectly discriminatory against LGBT people. You could ask, why is the exclusion of opposite-sex couples discriminatory against LGBT people? It's because it's still in the statute. It's still there as a marker of difference and the relic of prejudices past. They continue to create a separate category showing that LGBT people need different treatment and special institutions, something that I would not support in this context. Yes.
Dave Thompson.
I thank the member for taking the intervention. Just following from the argument he was just making, in that case, would it not be better just to abolish civil partnerships and give everyone the same if it's truly about equality?
As I'm about to say, I do have some sympathy with that perspective, because I did support civil partnerships at first, but in time and on reflection, I came to see them more identified with the desire not to allow same-sex couples to get married than the attempt to create an alternative. Those who campaigned for them, like Patrick Harvey, I supported at the time, did it on a pragmatic basis, and are all to be commended. But let's face it, in the long run, civil partnerships have been overtaken. And I would personally consider it a little bit distasteful, in the same way as wearing a badge to say I was gay so as to warn people of a nervous disposition. My personal preference would be to see civil partnership disappear entirely. That's what happened in Denmark and Sweden when they legislated for equal marriage. But I realise that many wish to keep civil partnerships, not least those who are within them, and that while I see civil partnerships as irredeemably tainted by prejudice, there are those who see marriage as irredeemably tainted by the sexism that characterised it for hundreds of years. But if I was to say anything here, it is that whatever happens, the status quo on civil partnership mustn't continue. And above all, it mustn't continue through sheer political inertia. Either civil partnerships end, as Dave Thompson suggests, or they too are made equal, so that this unnecessary, unnatural and differentiating division between two types of couples ends. I was glad, therefore, when the Scottish Government promised in appearances before the Equal Opportunities Committee to look at this issue, to come back to it, and I trust that they will do so. So while I'm very firmly in support of the spirit of this amendment, I think that if I was to back it, it would be a signal that I wasn't taking the Government at their word. So I will be voting no to this amendment if it's pressed to a vote. I would urge others to do so, but I would look with very much interest to the Cabinet Secretary's concluding comments.
Thank you. Stuart Maxwell, briefly.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I think fundamentally this amendment comes down to something I hope that we all support, and is a strand that falls throughout this legislation. This is about freedom of choice. And it seems to me that if a couple, whether they be heterosexual or whether they be homosexual, if they wish to enter into a civil partnership rather than a marriage, I cannot see what the problem is, frankly, if that's what is their choice. If there is cohabiting couples, heterosexual couples, who don't wish to get married but wish to enter into a civil partnership, at the moment they are barred from doing so. It seems to me, if we are truly determined to create a society where we value choice amongst adults and we value those... Certainly.
Dave Thompson.
I thank the member for taking the intervention. It raises a very interesting point when you're giving people choice, because you give people choice between two different things, an apple and a pear. So can you tell me, what is the difference between civil partnership and civil marriage?
Briefly, Stuart Maxwell.
Well, sometimes when you give people choice, you don't give them a choice between an apple and a pear. You give them a choice between two different apples. So it seems to me entirely reasonable that you can give people a choice between marriage and civil partnership. And fundamentally, as I said already, surely this is about freedom of choice. And I believe that that's what we should be aiming for in this legislation. I think the review is a good idea, but that's not to say that I will support the amendment. What I want to hear from the Cabinet Secretary, what the Government's plans are for the review that he's already talked about.
I now call Mark MacDonald. Briefly, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And it was 2 points, really. The first was around, and I think Stuart Maxwell has summed it up rather eloquently, which is it is not for us to second-guess people's motivations in terms of how they define their relationships. And if individuals wish to enter into a civil partnership rather than to enter into a marriage, frankly, that's none of our business, and it's up to those two individuals to define their relationship accordingly. Where I have sympathy with the amendment that Patrick Harvie has brought forward is that at present that option is not available for heterosexual couples, as he has outlined. But I do think that the point that has been made by others, and while I disagree with much that my colleague Dave Thompson says on this issue, I do think he makes a valid point that there is the potential argument, and Jamie Hepburn made it as well, that what we could see is the civil partnerships no longer become necessary. But I think without having a good, thorough examination of this matter, and I know individuals, both within my circle of friends and also constituents of mine, who have expressed the view that if civil partnerships were available to mixed-sex couples, they would be willing and would wish to take up that opportunity. So I think it is not for us to second-guess relationships. And in terms of Alec Johnson's flippant intervention to the debate, I would say that the review that was being discussed previously was one that I think was being pursued from an entirely negative perspective. I believe this review, well, certainly.
Alex Johnson.
Could it be that the main difference in the member's mind regarding the review is that he might favour the outcome in one and not be in favour of the outcome of the other?
I never have second-guessed the outcome of a review that has taken place. What I would say is that I believe that Patrick Harvie is pursuing this review for what I believe are positive and inclusive reasons about ensuring that there is equality of status across civil partnerships, when they still exist, or indeed do not exist, as has been pointed out by my colleague Jamie Hepburn. I don't believe that the review that was being proposed in Amendment 27 was one that was being pursued from a positive perspective. That's why I rejected it. But I'm happy to hear the Cabinet Secretary's views before I decide whether or not I will support the amendment.
Thank you. Finally, Bruce Crawford.
I just rise to make a very simple point, Presiding Officer, and I'm not going to make any comment on the amendments, but I want to hear what the Cabinet Secretary says. I think whatever we do as a Parliament today or in future, we should not diminish the standing of those who have already entered into a civil partnership in a willing way and in effect chosen that that's their direction. Because to remove it then from statute would have the effect of diminishing their standing for themselves and their society, regardless of the fact that they would then become equal. So I think we've got to look for another option. And I just would ask the Cabinet Secretary to reflect on that as we make these decisions. We've got to think about what's already happened and people who've made decisions in the past. And to remove all of that now, given that they've entered into that freely, I think would be the wrong thing to do.
Thank you. Now calling the Cabinet Secretary, Alec Neil.
Thank you very much indeed, Presiding Officer. I'm grateful for this opportunity to speak on Amendments 28 and 29 by Patrick Harvie on the review of civil partnerships, and I will give a guarantee that there will be no inertia from this government on this or any other related issue. Can I say, as members will be aware, we've already published the remit for a review of civil partnerships, and it's on the government website. And we've had already some informal initial discussions with key stakeholders, and these will be followed by a full public consultation which will outline the options and the consequences of each option and seek views. And can I say, both on the methodology of the review and on the timing, I'm very keen to talk to the other parties across the Parliament, because I think an exercise like this is better done if we can do it together on a consensual basis, so that whenever the Parliament eventually agrees, whatever option it agrees on, then at least we have as much buy-in both from external stakeholders as well as from parliamentary participants as well. Can I also say on the timescale that I'm very determined that we get this job done as quickly as possible, and after initial discussions with the parliamentary colleagues from other parties, we would hope to establish a timetable and the methodology as soon as possible and have the review complete by, at the very latest, in the early part of 2015. What I think would be the realistic timetable for any consequent legislation would probably be in the session starting in 2016. But if we can all agree on what that legislation should be, there's no reason why the work on that legislation could not start in 2015, and that would be my intention after consultation with other parties. I mean, basically, in broad terms, as I think this debate has highlighted, there are broadly two viable options in relation to the future of civil partnership. partnerships. The first would be to lay down that no more new civil partnerships could be entered into after a specified date, reflecting that in future both same-sex couples and opposite-sex couples will be able to get married. That's one option. The other main option would be to establish opposite-sex civil partnerships in Scotland, and I certainly at the moment am not going to come down on one side of that argument or the other. I would want to see the evidence and the consequences of either. But developing the point made by Bruce Crawford, which I think is an extremely important point, about those people who have already entered into a civil partnership and who will have entered into a civil partnership by the time any legislation is introduced. Unlike the recommendations from the review down south, I would be quite reluctant to support any proposal that absolutely required existing civil partnerships to be forced to change their status as a result of any review. Because I think clearly they have gone into the civil partnership in good faith and they should have the option of changing their status. But I think I would personally need a lot of persuading before I would agree to forcing them to change their status, either by dissolving the civil partnership or forcibly having to transfer and convert the civil partnership into a marriage. All of these issues are very clearly for discussion, and we need to look at the consequences. Naturally, the consequences on pensions, for example, do require very detailed consideration, because when we come to do the legislation, pensions may be the most complicated issue of the lot to deal with, no matter which option or options we eventually agree to pursue. So can I say to Patrick Harvie, I'm absolutely committed to this review. I'm committed to doing it on a consensual basis. I'm committed to doing the methodology and the timetable on a consensual basis. And I want to see the review itself done by early 2015 so that any recommendations on legislation can very quickly start to be worked upon, with possible legislation being passed in the Parliament starting in 2016. And on that basis, I would ask Mr Harvie to withdraw his amendments.
Thank you very much. So, Patrick Harvie to wind up and press or withdraw this amendment.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. It's probably true that a little over a decade ago, when Scotland and the UK were debating civil partnership, there were some who were willing to support civil partnership, the technical legal rights and responsibilities of marriage, but without the name marriage. People who might not have been ready to support the bill that we're debating today, hopefully they've come with us in that process. They've come with society's progress towards equality and are voting with the bill. But civil partnership might not have been introduced as a separate institution had that support for same-sex marriage existed a little over a decade ago. But that's what did happen. I actually proposed at the time that if we're creating civil partnership, we should create it on a non-discriminatory basis, and that we should allow mixed-sex as well as same-sex couples to have a civil partnership, should that be their preference. We didn't do that. And the UK Parliament, when it legislated for the whole of the UK, gave us the system that we have now. And Jamie Hepburn, I think, quite rightly says that that situation calls into question what the future of civil partnership is going to be. I don't think it answers it. There is a question about, as other members have said, whether, in fact, civil partnership continues in its current status, whether it should be removed, as the UK government is proposing, or whether, in fact, people will simply opt for marriage and civil partnership would get less take-up. We don't know the answer to that, and that's why a review is necessary. And if Alex Johnson listened to Marco Biagi's answer, for example, it will be clear that it is only those probably small number of mixed-sex couples who would prefer civil partnership who currently face any kind of argument around discrimination of what the law allows them. And that's why a review is required on this matter. Both governments have agreed with that, and I'm happy to see that it's going to happen. I think it's important as well to recognise that, as Marco Biagi said, the only anomaly will be if civil partnership continues for same-sex couples only. If it continues for everybody, then we've removed the discrimination. If it doesn't, then we've removed the discrimination perhaps in a less favourable way. The cultural meanings of marriage and of civil partnership are subjective, and that's why the difference between them is subjective. It's not for us to decide whether some people should regard marriage as patriarchal or as the sanctity of a religious contract. It's not for us to decide whether people should regard civil partnership as a purely legal instrument or as a marker of discrimination. People reach these value judgments on their own terms. Having said all this, can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his response. He has given us some indication of the timescale. I'm very pleased that he's talking about broadly 2 options instead of the additional option the UK Government has floated of forcing people to change their civil partnerships to a marriage. And I'm happy that there's been a recognition of the status and the meaning of civil partnership as something distinct and the consensual basis with which the Cabinet Secretary intends to pursue these debates. I'm content with the response on that basis. Can I ask to withdraw Amendment 28?
Yes. So, Patrick Harvie seeks to withdraw Amendment 28. Does any member object? As no member objects, Amendment 28 is therefore withdrawn. And members will note that we have passed the agreed time limit for the debate on this grouped finish. I exercise my power under Rule 9.8.4a to allow debate on this group to continue beyond the limit in order to avoid the debate being unreasonably curtailed. And so we will now move to Group 5, which is the processes for and consequences of applications to Sheriff for issue of full gender recognition certificates. And I call Amendment 4 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, grouped with other amendments as shown in the groupings. Cabinet Secretary to move Amendment 4 and speak to all other amendments in the group, please.
Thank you very much indeed, Presiding Officer. Most of these amendments relate to a new procedure introduced at Stage 2 on obtaining a full gender recognition certificate, or GRC. Under this, a sheriff may, in certain circumstances, grant a full GRC without the need for the spouse to consent to stay in the marriage. Amendments 4 and 5 relate to Section 28A of the Bill, which amends the Divorce Scotland Act 1976. Amendment 4 makes it clear that the amendments are to Section 1 of the 1976 Act. Amendment 5 adds a reference to the title of Section 1 of the 1976 Act. Amendment 6 is also on divorce. A ground for divorce is when one of the spouses has been issued with an interim GRC. The Bill amends the Gender Recognition Act of 2004 so that once the Gender Recognition Panel has issued a full GRC, it is no longer open to a spouse to seek divorce on the basis of the interim certificate. Amendment 6 creates an exception to this general rule so that where a sheriff issues the full GRC under the new procedure, a spouse can still seek a divorce on the basis of the interim GRC. This is because a spouse may not have consented to staying in the marriage. As a result of Amendment 6, Amendment 11 deletes Section 4E4 of the 2004 Act, as this is now unnecessary. Amendment 7 updates the interpretation section of the 2004 Act to reflect that in future a sheriff may issue a full GRC under the new procedure. Amendment 9 provides that a person may only apply to the sheriff under the new procedure if the applicant doesn't have a statutory declaration by the spouse consenting to stay in the marriage after the issue of the full GRC. Amendment 10 requires the sheriff, when granting a full GRC under the new procedure, to send a copy to the panel. Amendment 13 removes the obligation on the court to issue a full GRC following divorce when a sheriff has already issued a full certificate under the new procedure. Amendments 15 and 17 relate to applications to the court where a GRC may have been obtained by fraud. Amendments 15 and 17 ensure that such applications are possible where the sheriff grants a full GRC under the new procedure. Amendment 19 places a duty on the panel to send a copy of a full GRC to the Registrar-General for Scotland following the sheriff issuing it under the new procedure. Where the Court of Session quashes a sheriff's decision to issue a full GRC under the new procedure, Amendment 20 requires the Court to inform the Registrar-General, who then has to cancel the relevant entry in the Gender Recognition Register. Finally, paragraph 20A(1)(c) of Schedule 3 to the 2004 Act imposes a requirement that regulations on marriage registration must provide that following the issue of a full GRC under the new procedure, spouses could only register their marriage if they both consented in writing to the registration. This paragraph could cut across the drafting of regulations. Amendment 22, therefore, removes paragraph 20A(1)(c). I move Amendment 4.
Thank you very much. And as no member has requested to speak, have you anything further to say by way of winding up?
I'll forego any opportunity, Presiding Officer.
Excellent. So the question is that Amendment 4 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are. So I now call Amendment 5 in the name of Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 4, Cabinet Secretary, to move formally.
Move formally.
Thank you. So the question is that Amendment 5 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are. So I now call Amendment 6 in the name of Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 4, Cabinet Secretary, to move formally. Thank you very much. So the question is that Amendment 6 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are. I now call Amendment 29 in the name of Patrick Harvey, already debated. No, we would not call that, do we? Right. Call Amendment 29 in the name of Patrick Harvey, already debated with Amendment 28. Patrick Harvey, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. So we now proceed to Amendment 30 in the name of John Mason, already debated with Amendment 26. Mr Mason, to move or not move?
Move.
Thank you. So the question is that Amendment 30 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. There will therefore be a division, and this will be a 1-minute division. Please cast your votes now. The result of the vote on Amendment number 30 in the name of John Mason is yes 14, no 100. There was one abstention. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I now call Amendment 7 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 4. Cabinet Secretary, to move. Thank you. The question is that Amendment 7 be agreed to. We are? Yeah. Thank you. I'll now move to Group 6. Issue of full gender recognition certification following death of a civil partner or spouse. I call Amendment 8 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, grouped with Amendment 31, 14, 16, 18, 21, 23 and 24. Cabinet Secretary, to move Amendment 8 and speak to all amendments in the group, please.
Thank you very much indeed, Presiding Officer. Amendment 31 introduces a new Section 4F to the Gender Recognition Act 2004. Section 4F provides for applications to the Gender Recognition Panel for a full Gender Recognition Certificate, or GRC, in certain cases where the civil partner or spouse of a transgender person dies. Amendment 8 makes a change to the interpretation section of the 2004 Act to reflect this change. Amendment 14 extends a right of appeal to the Court of Session on a point of law against a decision by the panel to reject an application under Section 4F. The 2004 Act provides for referrals to the Court of Session where a GRC was secured fraudulently. Amendments 16 and 18 extend the right to make such referrals to cases under Section 4F. And where the Court of Session quashes a decision of the panel, which are made under Section 4F, Amendment 21 provides that the Court must inform the Registrar-General for Scotland so that he can remove any relevant entry in the Gender Recognition Register. Section 7 of the 2004 Act allows the Secretary of State, following consultation with the Scottish Ministers, to lay down the form and manner of applications to the panel. Amendment 23 extends this to applications under the new Section 4F. The last amendment in this group relates to certain protected information about a transgender person who has applied for a GRC. Section 22(2)A of the 2004 Act makes it an offence to disclose such information unlawfully. Amendment 24 applies this offence to applications under Section 4F. I move Amendment 8.
Thank you very much. Do you wish to say anything by way of winding up? I take it you don't.
I'll forego, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. So the question is that Amendment 8 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Thank you. I now call Amendments 9 to 11, 31 and 13 to 24, all in the name of the Cabinet Secretary and all previously debated. I'd invite the Cabinet Secretary to move these amendments en bloc.
Move en bloc.
Thank you. Does any member object to a single question being put on these amendments? As no member has objected, the question is that Amendments 9 to 11, 31 and 13 to 24 are agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are. And that ends consideration of amendments. Thank you very much.
Before we start the debate on motion number 8915, can I say to Parliament that as a consequence of the earlier decision to extend the debate and amendments by 30 minutes, I need to inform Parliament that decision time will also, as a consequence of that, move by 30 minutes. So the next item of business is a debate on motion number 8915 in the name of Alex Neil on the Marriage and Civil Partnership Scotland Bill. Members who wish to take part in the debate should press the request to speak buttons now, and I call on Alex Neil to speak to and move the motion. Cabinet Secretary, 14 minutes.
Thank you very much indeed, Presiding Officer. I'm very pleased to open the Stage 3 debate on the Marriage and Civil Partnership Scotland Bill. And first of all, I would like to thank the members of the Equal Opportunities Committee and their convener, Margaret McCulloch, and her predecessor, Mary Fee. Their careful and considered scrutiny of the bill is greatly appreciated. Can I also pay tribute and thanks my own team from the Policy, Legal and Communications team who have been helping in this bill within the Scottish Government. They have provided me with absolutely first-class and excellent support. Can I say the Stage 1 debate in November did this Parliament proud. There were many eloquent and moving speeches with respect shown on all sides. And I'm sure in the Chamber today, while there are different views, honestly and earnestly held, we shall nevertheless represent those views in a respectful manner. Can I also say that today marks, if we pass this bill, an historic day in the history of the Scottish Parliament. I believe that we have got the balance right in this bill. We are extending the rights and freedom of people of the same sex who wish to be married and have that marriage recognised by the state. At the same time, we are building in necessary safeguards for the rights of those who are opposed to same-sex marriage and who do not wish to perform same-sex marriage, particularly church organisations and celebrants. So we're doing a remarkable thing today. We are saying, on behalf of Scotland, to the world, loud and clear, that we believe in recognising love between same-sex couples as we do between opposite-sex couples. We've taken forward this process very carefully, and I'm confident that following the two consultations, a robust committee process and a debate in the Chamber, that we've achieved an excellent package. Of course, the bill doesn't just introduce same-sex marriage, it also includes detailed provisions in other areas too, and I will give a brief overview first of these provisions in the bill before moving on to the provisions in relation to same-sex marriage, because these other provisions are also important, Presiding Officer. First of all, in relation to ceremonies. For couples wishing to have a civil marriage, the bill allows flexibility for ceremonies to be undertaken anywhere, agreed by the registrar and the couple, provided it's not on religious premises. The bill establishes belief ceremonies alongside religious and civil ceremonies, reflecting the growing number of marriage ceremonies being solemnised by humanists. And the bill authorises Church of Scotland deacons to solemnise opposite-sex marriage. Scotland has an excellent reputation for marriage ceremonies. Indeed, one of the strengths of the Scottish system is its diversity and variety. The bill seeks to protect this by introducing the possibility of qualifying requirements for religious and belief bodies to meet before its celebrants may be authorised to solemnise marriage or register civil partnerships. The bill also extends a normal notice period for marriage and for civil partnership from 14 to 28 days, working as a deterrent to sham marriages and reflecting the reality of how long it takes to check that a person is eligible to marry in Scotland. In terms of civil partnerships, we are also making some changes. Most noticeably, the bill introduces the religious or belief registration of civil partnership, where the religious or belief body is happy to take part. As debated earlier, the Government will consult publicly on the future of civil partnerships, taking account of the introduction of same-sex marriage. Clearly, the major innovation in the bill is the introduction of same-sex marriage itself. It proposes to allow same-sex couples to do what thousands of opposite-sex couples do every year: get married. Same-sex couples will be able to choose whether to have a religious, a belief or a civil marriage ceremony recognised by the state. Whilst the bill will allow religious and belief bodies who wish to solemnise same-sex marriage the opportunity to do that, we respect the decision of those religious and belief bodies who do not wish to take part, as I said earlier. Not only do we respect that decision, but we have put in place specific protections in the bill for such religious and belief bodies so that they cannot be forced to solemnise a same-sex marriage. The bill establishes an opt-in system for religious and belief bodies in relation to same-sex marriage and civil partnerships. The bill also makes it clear that there is no obligation to opt-in. And we've agreed an amendment to the UK Equality Act 2010 to provide further protection for individual religious and belief celebrants. This amendment will protect individual celebrants who refuse to solemnise same-sex marriage and civil partnerships from court actions claiming discrimination. Of course, a number of religious and belief bodies do wish to take part in same-sex marriages and will welcome the opportunity to do so. The bill, in terms of civil registrars, does not include a specific opt-out for civil registrars. This is because a civil registrar is a public servant providing only a public function. The registration of civil partnerships by civil registrars in Scotland has worked well, and there is no reason to expect that the solemnisation of same-sex marriage by civil registrars will not work just as well. In terms of other concerns, those opposed to same-sex marriage have made it clear that their concerns go beyond issues in relation to celebrants and registrars and relate to other issues in society. Most noticeably, we've heard concerns in relation to freedom of speech. There is nothing in the bill which impacts on freedom of speech. Indeed, the wide-ranging debate on the bill, with diverse views expressed, shows that freedom of speech in Scotland today is alive and well as it should be. And the bill includes provision at section 14 to make it clear that the introduction of same-sex marriage in Scotland will have no impact on existing rights to freedom of speech, thought, conscience and religion. We've listened to people's concerns about potential prosecutions for speaking out against same-sex marriage, and the Lord Advocate's prosecution guidance puts beyond doubt that criticism of same-sex marriage or homosexuality is not of itself an offence. In relation to education guidance, the Government has sought views on updating Education Circular 22001 on the conduct of relationships, sexual health and parenthood education. We are considering the points made and will issue updated guidance shortly. In all of our work, whether guidance or legislation, we have aimed to listen, to be inclusive and to increase rights and provide protections. In relation to same-sex marriage specifically, I strongly believe that the bill achieves the right balance between treating all our citizens equally and also respecting and protecting the rights of conscience and religious objection. And we also, in addition to same-sex marriage, make new provisions for the transgender community, which I hope will make life a lot easier for them. So in conclusion, Presiding Officer, our society has changed and changed for the better. Within my own adult life, we have seen the criminalisation of homosexual acts ended and the introduction of civil partnerships. Today is a momentous day for equality in our nation. No longer will persons of the same sex be barred from showing their commitment to each other through getting married. This legislation sends a powerful message to the world about the kind of society we in Scotland are trying to create. A nation where the principles of fairness and equality are weaved into the very fabric of our society. A nation that protects and promotes freedom of expression. A nation that cherishes love. And a minister who prepares a shorter speech to allow other members the opportunity to speak for longer in the debate. Presiding Officer, I commend this bill to the Chamber and I ask my fellow MSPs to support it and support it well. Thank you.
Cabinet Secretary, you just destroyed all of my calculations and I'm going to have to start all over again. Jackie Baillie, you've got 10 minutes.
Presiding Officer, and I'm, like the Cabinet Secretary, very pleased to participate in the Stage 3 debate on the Marriage and Civil Partnership Scotland Bill. Let me start by also commending the members and clerks of the Equal Opportunities Committee for their diligence in scrutinising the bill at Stage 1, considering many of the amendments we debated today also at Stage 2. When there is a free vote in this Parliament, I think it actually places much more responsibility on committee members to take care in their considerations. They have all, whatever their ultimate view, done an outstanding job for the Parliament in subjecting the bill and amendments to a robust level of scrutiny. And I believe Margaret McCulloch deserves particular recognition for so smoothly taking over from Mary Fee as the convener partway through the bill's passage. Ultimately, though, this is a government bill started first by Nicola Sturgeon, who was very clear in her commitment to same-sex marriage, and then carried forward by Alex Neil, who may not have used his speaking time, but certainly used his considerable political skill to deliver the bill itself. Undoubtedly, there's been a volume of evidence both in favour of and against the bill. The consultation received a record number of submissions, something like over 70,000 in total. And as Scotland for Marriage have pointed out, many of these submissions were against the bill rather than being in favour. But I have to say, in terms of the correspondence I've received over the passage of the bill, is much more finely balanced than that. Views are passionately held, and I respect that. But I do want to repeat something I raised at Stage 1, and this is about changing attitudes in Scotland, because it is the case that attitudes are changing, and we should consider this evidence too. Evidence that I think we would all agree is robust and reliable. The Scottish Social Attitude Survey in 2002 showed that 41% of people were in favour of same-sex marriage, 19% against. In the same social attitude survey, but this time in 2010, the proportion of people who were in favour of same-sex marriage had risen to 61%. I can only imagine what it would be today. But a shift of 20% in opinion on any issue in such a short space of time is frankly astonishing. And I think it speaks to the way we are progressing as a society. If we begin to unpack the detail of that, we find that support for equal marriage can be found across all echelons of society, in those both religious and secular, in people of all ages and income groups, in people resident across the length and breadth of the country. The support for this bill therefore transcends religious, social, demographic and geographical boundaries. If we examine this detail even further, we see that according to the survey, 55% of those who identified themselves as Catholic supported same-sex marriage. 21% were opposed. Among Scottish Presbyterians, 50% supported same-sex marriage, 25% against. Of those living in the most deprived areas of Scotland, 67% support same-sex marriage, while the figure for those living in the most affluent is 63%. So frankly, it makes no difference whether you live in urban or rural Scotland, because support for same-sex marriage is roughly the same. Support amongst young people is higher than support amongst older people, and I want to explore that in more detail shortly. But there is no doubt about current public attitudes. If we look at another data set helpfully provided by Professor John Curtis, who, as we know, has a wealth of experience in these things, he described a cultural shift in Britain over the past 30 years. Now, according to him, in 1983, 62% of the population believed that same-sex relationships were mostly or always wrong. That figure dropped to 28%, which is quite extraordinary. His explanation for that shift is that it's young people who are increasingly support same-sex marriage, and the Equality Network backs that up by telling us that support for same-sex marriage is highest among those who are under 55. Now, taken together, I believe that offers the kind of robust and credible evidence that we always pride ourselves in seeking before policy making in this chamber. And on that note, I also want to consider what's happened in other countries that have legislated for same-sex marriage. In Europe since 2001, Netherlands, Belgium, Spain, Portugal, Norway, I could go on, and until recently, England and Wales. And then we also see same-sex marriage in Canada, South Africa, Argentina, New Zealand, Uruguay, Brazil, and 17 states in America where it is the norm. Many of these countries are considered to be very religious. A significant number, like Spain, Portugal, Argentina, Brazil, are predominantly Catholic. In Portugal, an amazing 81% of the population identify themselves as Catholics, but they have same-sex marriage in place. In the Netherlands, which was the first country to introduce same-sex marriage, support for their bill was about 62% in 2001. Now, that's risen to such an extent that I understand almost everyone supports same-sex marriage, and they have the highest approval rating of any European country. Apparently, some 16,000 people have a same-sex marriage each year, out of a nation of 16 million. Now, when the Parliament passed a law on civil partnerships, I believe we took a huge step forward. Same-sex couples had the legal rights associated with marriage, but I recognise that for some, this falls far short of a marriage in which their love and commitment is fully recognised. The Equality Network talks about a gold standard, but whatever language you use, for me, it's a matter of equality and fairness. So for a host of reasons, I believe that equal marriage is an idea whose time has come, and I will be voting in support of the bill this evening. That said, I think there are very few of us in this chamber that have been deaf to the concerns that have been raised. And I'm pleased that we've had a robust debate, both at stage 2 and in this chamber, and welcome the openness of the chamber to hearing the concerns expressed. It is a sign of a mature Parliament that we have been able to consider this bill in a calm, sensible and objective manner, with tolerance to those who hold differing opinion from ourselves. The principal area of concern was in relation to the protections put in place by the Scottish Government, and I believe most are persuaded that no religious or belief body can be forced to perform a same-sex marriage. Celebrants will not be forced to perform a same-sex marriage if it's against their beliefs, and no one will be compelled to perform same-sex marriage ceremonies under the government's proposals. It will be their choice to opt in. Indeed, throughout the consideration of this bill, it's been made clear on numerous occasions that no part of the religious community that does not wish to conduct same-sex marriages will be forced to do so. I believe that is right and proper. These are matters of conscience, doctrine and belief that are properly for the Church and not for the state. Religions can and do already refuse to marry people That's a matter for them. It's not proposed that that will change in any way. But I do recognise the genuine concerns that people have raised about protections, and I very much welcome the arrangement between the Scottish and UK governments to amend the UK Equality Act, because the Act contains provisions about not discriminating when providing a service, with exemptions for religious and belief bodies that apply in certain circumstances. The Government has rightly sought protection to be more comprehensive by asking for a further amendment that would help allay fears about challenges. Amendments have been considered this afternoon with the aim of respecting the right of those who, as a result of their religious beliefs, take the traditional view of marriage as being between a man and a woman. Equally, concerns have been highlighted about freedom of speech. I think the assurances given by the Cabinet Secretary were sufficient to allay those fears. The committee also asked the Scottish Government to look again at the gender recognition provisions, and I'm pleased that the Government has acted to address these concerns. But, Presiding Officer, finally, for me this bill is about equality, fairness and social justice, values instilled in many of us by parents, by our community and by society. And for many of us, the bill is also about how we see ourselves as a nation and indeed how others see us. It's about the values that we hold and whether Scotland is indeed a confident, progressive nation where equality is truly valued. It is about our recognition that tolerance and acceptance of all are essential qualities of a mature and civilised society. We're not the first country that will agree to same-sex marriage. We will certainly not be the last. Those countries that have led the way have not suffered any adverse impact on their social and cultural values. In fact, I would suggest quite the opposite. So, Presiding Officer, it's time for change. It's time to support equal marriage.
Now call Jackson Carlow. Mr Carlow, you've got about 6 minutes.
Presiding Officer, when this session of Parliament started and we all came back from the summer recess in full anticipation of the enormous legislation, the momentous legislation on same-sex marriages that we were going to pass, my PA greeted me at the office and said, "Have you heard the latest? Neil Bibby and Mark Griffin have got engaged." Now, there was just a moment on my face before she felt she needed to qualify that and say, "not to each other." And I noticed that they sat together, actually, throughout the amendments this afternoon at the back of the chamber. But can I, on the official record at least, wish them and their respective, on this occasion, opposite-sex partners every happiness in the marriage that they are about to embark upon. At stage one of this debate, which I reread, we heard some really outstanding speeches from Ruth Davidson, from Marco Biaggi, from James Dornan, from John Lamont, and one also from Christian Allard, who was cut off in his prime, Presiding Officer, by you as he got to the peroration of a wonderful anecdote about two gay French farmers, the conclusion of which I'm hoping to hear, but in your own time, Mr Allard, this afternoon. And can I say that there were also, rereading that record, eloquent speeches from Nigel Dawn and from John Mason, who put the alternative point of view. But as we move past the amendment stage this afternoon, I think Parliament is entitled to take a celebratory attitude to the legislation that we are now about to pass. And I want to congratulate all of those across Scotland who have campaigned to bring this moment about, to the Equality Network, to their indefatigable parliamentary liaison officer, Tom French, and to all the others across Scotland who have done this. I know there's a big party in Henna tonight. My clubbing days are beyond me. I don't know whether Jackie Bailey, Nicola Sturgeon and Alex Neil are planning to be dancing tonight. I think Ruth Davidson certainly could be. I look at Jim Hume and I see a bit of a wannabe, and it's possible he will want to be. But it is a celebration today, I think. And for me, as someone who's co-sponsored some of the equal marriage events, let me echo what I said then. My wife and I have joined 26 years of marriage together, not civil partnership. And I want every couple in Scotland, regardless of their sex, to be able to have exactly the same opportunity to enjoy the long and happy marriage that we have had. And I also welcome the fact that those couples will be moving into modern Scottish family life, whether that be single parents who are struggling either through fate or circumstance or choice to bring up children of their own, whether it's my experience, having been the child of a mother and father and the father with a wife of two very highly opinionated young grown-up sons. Now, how they became highly opinionated, I have no idea. Or whether it be same-sex couples. I hope it's an opportunity not just for them to enjoy marriage, let me say, but for them to be able to rear children within a happy and stable family environment as well. Everything that goes with that. I also take a practical point of view. We are a country with an ageing demographic. We don't want people to feel they have to live alone. I want to put in place whatever we can do to make it possible for any couple to be able to have a life and to share a life together. And if this marriage legislation today encourages that, then I think that is all to the better for the benefit of our nation going forward. Presiding Officer, there's been a huge change in my lifetime. From the brutal atmosphere that existed in respect of gay people when I was a teenager and a young man, of gay people who felt they had to strangle their sexuality. I know some of these people. I'm in the Tory party, after all. But OK, it's a common point to the rest of you as well. But I regard today as a fantastic celebratory change in the mood, style and signature and stamp of my country, Scotland. So let me chuck in a bit of musical theatre, because it's that kind of debate, is it not? You know, the musical of Rodgers and Hammerstein's South Pacific, 1943, it was made a movie just the year before I was born, in 1958. And I remember being confronted as a sort of 12-year-old by this particular lyric. You've got to be taught to hate and fear. You've got to be taught from year to year. It's got to be drummed in your dear little ear. You've got to be carefully taught. You've got to be taught to be afraid of people whose eyes are oddly made and people whose skin is a different shade. You've got to be carefully taught. You've got to be taught before it's too late, before you are 6 or 7 or 8, to hate all the people your relatives hate. You've got to be carefully taught. Now, I don't ascribe any of those prejudices to anyone in this chamber this afternoon, but what that song said to me as a 12-year-old is you can come into politics and you can hope to change the attitudes in your country about sexual, about racial and about religious equality. We have an opportunity here today as politicians to be part of a generation that teaches the next generation, if you like, without prescribing the word teach too strongly, about the kind of country they want to work in, about the kind of country they want to live in, about the kind of country they want to marry in, and about the country I want to vote for tonight.
We now move to the open debate. We are very, very heavily subscribed, notwithstanding the efforts of the Cabinet Secretary. Can I just advise members that the first few speakers can have 6 minutes, but thereafter all other speakers will get 5. That way I make sure that I get all the voices in the Parliament into the debate. So Marco Biaggi, followed by Margaret McCulloch. You've both got 6 minutes.
I am a migrant with a German passport who was born in a former Soviet country. I want to stay because I learned that Scotland is a place where race and origin matters less than where I came from. This is the most wonderful place I want to live in. This is the society I want to contribute to. Please extend this liberty to other people who face discrimination on regards of sexual orientation. Valeri, Fountain Bridge. As a member of the Quaker community, I find it unacceptable that we are unable to have our registrars conduct same-sex marriages or civil partnerships within our meeting houses. Anthony, the Old Town. I have been with my wife for 8 years, and we became civil partners 5 years ago. I usually use the terms wife and marriage when describing my relationship, as to me they describe perfectly the nature of our relationship. However, I am painfully aware that in the eyes of Scottish and UK law, those terms are not applicable, and we are left with the term civil partners, a term which makes us sound as if we are in business together as opposed to a loving monogamous relationship. Angela, Haymarket. I remember as a little girl asking my mother why 2 ladies couldn't marry each other and her struggling to answer. As I grew up, I began to understand it was not for any logical reason, but just that some of our rules are unfair, but we don't like to change things that have always been that way. Annie Dalry. When I came out as gay in my later teens, Clause 28 was still in law. Homosexuality was never mentioned at school, at least not in a positive context, making growing up gay isolating and often painful. But I do think about the young people growing up gay today and what a difference it would make to their self-esteem and confidence to know that they are equal in the face of the law and could get married, perhaps just as their parents did, or their heterosexual friends may do. Without equality in the face of the law, how can these kids grow up feeling equal? David, the Newtown. My other role model for a successful, loving relationship is that of my best friend's parents. His father had a sex change about 30 years ago, and my friend grew up knowing her as his aunt. They are still married, and have been for almost as long as my own parents. I count them as close friends today, but growing up, they were my second set of parents. Because of the current unequal laws on marriage, she's never been formally recognised as a woman. They couldn't face the divorce which would be required under the current laws. Forced to choose between state recognition of gender or their marriage, they chose the latter. She has lived for 30 years with a physical identity at odds with her legal one. Patrick, Fountain Bridge. I came out at the age of 15, just over 10 years ago now, to a fairly rough school in Edinburgh. I was surprised to find that I was met with relatively little negativity from my peers and nothing but support from my teachers. My mother took the revelation rather badly. She had an image of gay people, one that she presumed meant I would be bullied all of my life, that I'd never have a normal, loving partner to grow old with, that I'd never have children. She was convinced it was her fault, that she'd consigned me to a fate of certain pain. Yes, bullying will inevitably continue, but let's not fan that fire by keeping equal people on different sides of a barrier. So please, let's not look on this as a matter of just words and definitions. Words and definitions go a long way to moulding attitudes and challenging prejudices. Adam Gorgie. In November at stage 1 on this bill, I told my own story. Today, on this historic day, I wanted to throw open the doors of this chamber to let in the voices of just some of the 429 constituents who have been moved to ask me to vote yes today. I never needed persuading. But there is one last voice I hear today. We give you our deepest, dearest wish to govern well. Don't say we have no mandate to be so bold. We give you this great building. Don't let your work and hope be other than great. Edwin Morgan, wherever he is, and wherever that may be, today he is smiling.
Thank you. I now call Margaret McCulloch to be followed by Alex Johnson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I support same-sex marriage as a matter of principle. Not long after being elected to this Parliament, I was proud to pledge my support to the Equal Marriage campaign. However, legislators have a responsibility to make sure that all sides of this debate are heard, that everyone's rights are respected, and that all bills undergo proper scrutiny. That's exactly what I have tried to do as convener of the Equal Opportunities Committee, and I know I can say the same for my committee colleagues. Whatever our initial thoughts about the principles behind this bill, we worked together to take evidence over several months to produce a balanced and comprehensive report on the bill and to debate many of the amendments which have returned to the Chamber in some form today. At the end of that process, having listened carefully to the different arguments that have been made, I can say that I am more convinced now than ever before that it's right to pass this bill and legislate for equal marriage. Much has been made in this debate about the state of public opinion. We have been told that the majority of respondents to the Government's consultation opposed changing the law and that to do so would therefore be against the wishes of the Scottish people. It has even been suggested that the bill should be put to a referendum. Presiding Officer, I don't believe that the rights of any minority should be dependent on the will of a majority at a particular point in time. Nor do I believe that members should take a view on today's bill based on which way they think the wind is blowing. We have to do what we believe is right. But nonetheless, let us take a closer look at public opinion. Professor John Curtis reminded the committee that pro forma letters and emails as part of an organised campaign might tell you more about the structure than the state of public opinion. Opinion polls actually show 60 to 65% of the public supporting same-sex marriage, and that it is consistent with the findings of the independent Scottish Social Attitudes Survey. Many of the amendments presented today, like the amendments presented to the committee, relates to concerns that people have about how the bill might affect those with a traditional view of marriage. Presiding Officer, in my view, those amendments which we considered this afternoon are unnecessary because sufficient safeguards to protect the rights of those people either already exist or are provided for in the bill. The only religious or belief bodies which will solemnise a same-sex marriage and the only religious celebrants who will participate are those who want to. That is what the opt-in approach taken in this bill is all about. Legislating for equal marriage, but securing the right of religious and belief bodies to decide whether they want to be part of it. On adoption and fostering, no prospective foster carer or adoptive parent should be refused based solely on their views about same-sex marriage. The best interests of the child should come first, as they do under the law at present. On the right to express a traditional view of marriage as being between one man and one woman, this is already protected by a freedom of expression. It does not require a specific mention on the face of the bill. However, there was one amendment which was withdrawn from the committee, which I want to press to the Cabinet Secretary today. One of the concerns the Equal Opportunities Committee had at stage 1 was that the bill did not allow couples in a civil partnership registered in another country to change their civil partnership to a marriage in Scotland. That could have left couples trapped outside of the law as the only same-sex couples unable to marry in Scotland. I was happy at stage 2 that the Scottish Government recognised this problem and committed to dealing with it. However, the point is to be addressed by order and not through primary legislation, so as to allow the Government time to consult on the detail. It is important to me and to several other committee members that the Government acts on this point and that any change is done right. At stage 2, my committee colleague John Finney asked the Cabinet Secretary, can you give an undertaking that the general policy approach on the matter will be, as far as possible, to enable all same-sex couples with foreign civil partnerships to marry in Scotland? The Cabinet Secretary's response was, absolutely, and that is why I need time to get the approach right. In light of the guarantee given at the committee stage, I would ask the Cabinet Secretary to provide more information about the process of introducing an order to deal with that specific point and the timescale we could expect the order to be delivered in. Presiding Officer, this Parliament has come a long way since Section 28. It's come even further since the introduction of civil partnerships. The case for equal marriage has been made. The safeguards are there. The bill does not curtail religious freedom, it enhances it. The bill does not deal in half measures for same-sex couples. It gives them the same rights as every other couple. So let's vote today for the bill we have already waited too long for. Let's vote today for a fairer Scotland. Thank you.
I now call Alex Johnson. Mr Johnson, you've got 6 minutes, followed by James Dornan. My apologies, but you've got 5.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Members will not be surprised, if they don't know already, to discover that at decision time tonight I will vote with the minority. However, I have no intention of dwelling upon that. I wish to talk about other things that have happened during this process. The first thing I'd like to talk about is the respect which has existed between the two sides during the passage of this legislation. I'd particularly like to draw attention to the work that was done by the committee under its convener, but also in a committee which was fairly evenly split and yet conducted itself, I believe, in a manner that was befitting this Parliament. In fact, the quality of the debate that took place and the quality of the evidence we got from both sides is to be highly commended. There have been one or two bad experiences, and I have to say that after the Stage 1 debate, as with many people, many members of this Parliament, there were some interesting emails and tweets. However, I have to say that the correspondence I received, some of the more hostile correspondence, none of it came from anyone who had a vested interest in this debate. I believe that those who took one side or the other in this debate have conducted themselves in an exemplary manner throughout. I will go on now to talk a little bit about those who were opposed to this change in the law. I think it's vital that during a process of legislation that both sides are heard. And it was therefore essential that in an argument where there was likely to be one majority and one minority position in Parliament, that those on the minority side who came to give evidence felt that their views were taken seriously and treated with respect. There are a number of us on the committee and others within the Parliament who have worked hard to ensure that that minority view has been represented. I hope that these individuals and organisations feel that Parliament has given them a fair crack of the whip. It is my view that it is essential that both sides feel they were listened to right to the very end of this process. It is perhaps a disappointment that none of the amendments that were brought forward, particularly today by John Mason and by Siobhan McMahon, were accepted by Parliament. I believe that if some token had been given, then those who take the alternative view may have felt engaged in the process right to the very end. However, I believe that it is the case that there has been significant involvement and significant buy-in to this process throughout.
John Finney.
I'm grateful for the member taking an intervention. Would the member accept that it should be the quality rather than the quantity that matters in amendments?
Alex Johnson.
Indeed, I believe that's very much the case, and I think that the way the evidence has been treated throughout indicates that that is the case. As I said, I'm disappointed that we weren't able to find some compromise that would have allowed some of the amendments to be accepted. It remains a concern by many on the minority side that there will be an ongoing effect. I think there is actually an acceptance in the nature of the argument that has been made on both sides that this is such a substantial change that it changes many things which we will not be able to predict. I hope and pray that we will have the positive outcome that many have spoken about. I hope and pray that we will not have the potentially negative consequences that some have described. But nevertheless, we should all be ready in case we are not as lucky. Looking towards the future, the one disappointment I suppose I had with this bill, called the Marriage and Civil Partnership Bill, is that it dealt with a number of key issues, but it probably didn't deal with the significance of marriage in society as a whole. I am not stupid enough to fail to realise that there are today many different family models and that we have to work to support all these models with equal vigour. But I also believe, and I'm prepared to argue, that society itself in recent years has actually been weakened by the weakening of marriage as a bedrock for society. I believe that we need to look carefully at the significant role that marriage plays in building strong families and a strong society. While accepting the broad and different definition of family that we have today, I believe that it is right that we continue to argue for the strength of marriage as a cornerstone of society. It's for that reason that, while I accept that I will not be on the successful side after the vote tonight, that we must continue to press for marriage to be that cornerstone, to be that bedrock that makes for strong families and a strong society. During my lifetime, through the weakening of marriage in that role in society, I think we've seen society itself suffer. I think we can turn that round. I think we can reverse that trend, and I believe we can do that even in the context of substantial changes in marriage, such as the one contained within this legislation. I would like to see in future a government that consolidates upon the achievement of this bill as it becomes an act, and make sure that we go on and take advantage of the opportunity that marriage, that family give us to strengthen society and make the future of our children a stronger one as a result.
The next speeches will be of 5 minutes. James Dornan, followed by Richard Lyle.
Thank you, Convener. Can I start off with just responding to the point that Alec Johnson made there? I would have thought that, if anything, this bill strengthened marriage. Yes. It makes marriage much more acceptable for every sector of society. I also think that your argument about the weakening of marriage being at the root of all evil over the last decades was a bit simplistic, but this bill in itself can only help to strengthen marriage, can only help to make marriage more acceptable to everybody across society. I'd like to start off by thanking Jackson Carlaw for his kind words, but clearly doesn't want to hear them. It was a very eloquent speech by Jackson Carlaw. The only thing, it left me feeling a wee bit empty, because when he started to talk about South Pacific, I was fairly confident he was going to sing. But unfortunately not. When I got elected in 2011, I realised very quickly we were going to be part of something special. That for us on this side, we were going to be part of at least one memorable day, one memorable event, and that was going to be the referendum. What I hadn't quite realised was the other opportunities that were going to come to do something really, really historic. And today is one of those rare days where you can say as a politician, no matter what happens, if today was the last day as a politician for me, I could go away saying, given that the vote goes away, I hope it will tonight, I don't know what time it will be now, Presiding Officer, but sometime after 6, that I've made a difference. And I've made a difference, along with my colleagues, to improve the life and the rights of many people across Scotland. And I think that's something that we should all be proud of, because along with others, I recognise the change in society. I recognise what it was like a long time ago. I recognise what it was like when I was growing up. And to think that we could be here in that comparatively short period of time, although I have been here a fair length of time to be fair, but in historical terms, a comparatively short period of time is something that we should be immensely proud of. As I said in a previous speech, I have got no concerns about safeguards. All the safeguards are in place. I'm confident that celebrants and religious bodies will all have those safeguards in place. But in my speech in November, I talked about my brother Michael and about how he just contacted me and told me he was getting married. Well, as things very often happened, very quickly after that, he phoned me up and said, "I'm not just getting married, James, I'm getting married next Wednesday." So I had to contact Joe Fitzpatrick, who I have to give a huge thanks to. Joe Fitzpatrick was incredibly helpful, and along with the Whips team, Bill Kidd, Fiona MacLeod and Graham Day, who covered for me when I was away. I managed to get away to see Michael getting married. And it was a lovely ceremony. It was a very small, family-orientated ceremony. And there was two things about it. One is that I was the only member of our family that was there, and that's understandable. It was very short notice. I have a very understanding boss, and I was in a situation where I could afford to go. But, you know, other members of my family, they couldn't afford to go in that time period. Others, my mother, 79 years of age, she couldn't travel to Lisbon. So there was a hole there where it would have been perfect if members of the family had been able to go. And I have no doubts that if we had had this legislation, this is where it would have been. Because Crowell has a smaller family than us. They're more mobile than our family. So they would have come over here. We would have had that opportunity. So that was a shame. The other thing was, it never rained. Now, I was looking back on it. I mean, I saw that UKIP comment and I thought, nah, that just can't be true. Because there was no thunder and lightning. It was a lovely sunny day. You know, the sun was even shining through the windows, and it was just a perfect day. So it was really, really strange. But it was a lovely day. What really, really got to me was, in my previous speech, I had said that my opinion had been that they were getting married because they'd got to an age that they thought this is the right thing to do, settle, make sure that your affairs are settled and that. And I knew that it was a strong relationship. But when I was over there, I just realised how much that day meant to them. And that kind of surprised me. So It was the right thing for them to do in terms of making sure that as they get into the 60s and stuff, like, everything was settled. But it was a marriage, and it was a marriage based on love, and it was an absolutely lovely thing to see. I was honoured to be there. I was delighted to be there. I just wish that it could have been here. And I'm just going to finish with two quotes. One of them's from over 2,000 years ago and one of them's from over 150 years ago. The first one is, "The only stable state is the one in which all men are equal before the law." Now, if we take it that the men means the species as opposed to the gender, then I think that's a very good one. I'm just getting that in because I thought Nicola's looking at me kind of funny there. And the other one is from a Robert Ingersoll, who was a Civil War veteran, a political leader and a radical orator. "The true civilization is where every man gives to every other man every right he claims for himself." Now, I would suggest that includes the right to be married. And on that note, I would say I'm delighted and proud to support the motion. Thank you.
I now call Richard Lyle, followed by Drew Smith.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Tonight, I'll be out of step with the majority of this chamber, and I do regret that. I'm grateful for the opportunity, however, to speak at what is undoubtedly a historic moment for Scotland. Historic because the institution of marriage, an institution which has been at the core of our culture for centuries, is on the cusp of being changed forever. Many people welcome that. They say, why not have equal marriage? Why deny gay people the right to marry? They argue the status quo is discriminatory. I understand this line of argument, which has certainly been embraced by the vast majority of my fellow parliamentarians, but it's not one that I can agree with. It's my conviction, and the conviction of many thousands of Christians, Muslims, people of other faiths and people of no faith, that marriage is a unique relationship between a man and a woman. In recent months, polls have been cited to indicate that Scotland supports the bill. I am not convinced that is the case. 54,000 people have signed the Scotland for Marriage petition against this bill, and of the 62,000 from within Scotland who have expressed a view on whether same-sex marriage should be introduced during the Government's main consultation on this subject, 64%, almost 40,000 people, said it should not. Many of my fellow citizens have spoken clearly, but I'm not convinced that we are listening. Whether or not one accepts that the majority of Scots oppose the bill, the balance of views within this Parliament, where there is near overwhelming enthusiasm for same-sex marriage, it's hugely disproportionate to the country at large. And that's why the various amendments put forward by John Mason, Siobhan McMacken and myself earlier this afternoon were significant and deserved the support of all MSPs, including those who favour same-sex marriage. These amendments sought to ensure that many thousands of Scots who disagree with the bill would have their views respected and protected once the law is changed. In reply to Mr Harvey, in Amendment 1, I was branded homophobic through various emails. I brought my children up to respect people for what they are, whatever people they are, and basically that's the way that my make-up has always been. No, I won't. I've only got 5 minutes. There are adopted parents out there who are frightened, who fear their opposition to same-sex marriage will be misunderstood. To Jackie Bailey and to the Cabinet Secretary, in regard to marital status and Oscar, well, can you tell Oscar? Because Oscar ain't listening to you, Cabinet Secretary. Write them a letter and see where it gets you. Written policy is better, counts better than letters. I found that out as a councillor. It's policy, councillor. Well, fine, we can drive it forward. To my good friend Jim Eadie, Jim and I first met when I came in this Parliament. Jim told me he was adopted. Jim told me he was gay. He's my friend. I know I'm still his after today because I respect his views and I know he respects mine. It's claimed by supporters of the bill that these amendments would have permitted discrimination against same-sex couples. That's untrue, and indeed the fact that such a claim is made shows why the protections were so necessary. Not one non-government bill was supported, which was disappointing. Time and again, we've heard supposed reassurances from the proponents of the bill that no church has been forced to conduct a same-sex marriage and religious celibates being protected. That's all well and good. But for those who oppose the bill, we've said it repeatedly, that's not the major issue. As Reverend David Robertson of the Free Church of Scotland said in his evidence during stage 1, my concern is not so much about clergy To be honest, we can look after ourselves. It's about other people who might find themselves victims of discrimination. Even before our laws changed, we have seen this. A former leader of my own party, Gordon Wilson, was voted off the board of his local Citizen Advice Bureau because of his public support for marriage back in 2011. Some MSPs in this chamber who do not support this bill have also experienced vitriolic abuse for refusing to back the change in the law. That, presiding officer, is why so many people have concern about the impact this change of law will have on so many Scots who sincerely hold reasons of conscience cannot endorse same-sex marriage. They are not bigots, as some would suppose, but they are fearful, especially those in public service jobs. In closing, allow me to say a few brief words about the recent events surrounding St Margaret's Adoption Agency. Success of this appeal is great news and demonstrates a welcome dose of common sense. However, the cost, the time, the effort this small charity had to go to get this result, and the very fact that Oscar sought to remove their charitable status in the first place, underlines why we are so worried.
You need to bring your remarks to close.
This is so with this change. I know I won't win tonight, but I will be voting for my conscience the way that I always stood up for my constituents. Thank you.
Drew Smith, followed by Linda Fabiani.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This afternoon's debate is no less welcome for being long awaited, because at decision time today, Scotland can become, depending on how you count this, either the 17th country, or I think it's up to 26 countries and territories. I'll not go into the constitutions of that, but places around the world which have legislated for equal marriage rights for same-sex couples, and we will be passing what many regard as the last great reform required to achieve full equality in law for lesbian, bisexual and gay people. And whilst it's true that equality in law will not immediately mean the end of discrimination in all its forms, it will mean the completion of the first phase of a campaign which began in Scotland at the end of the 60s and achieved the decriminalisation, as others have said, of homosexuality in 1980. And that landmark achievement was slowly followed by equalisation of the age of consent and ultimately civil partnerships, an imperfect but at the time progressive move that took us towards our vote today. And the bill before us also makes significant progress on the inclusion of trans and intersex people. But after today, campaigning for LGBT people, for example, for better sexual health and education policies against bullying or stigma, will go on. But crucially, it will go on. It will do so on a similar basis as for other groups, and from the starting point of full legal equality. And as other countries around the world, including our neighbours in England and Wales, have led, those of us who have supported marriage equality here in Scotland have watched and hoped that our day was coming closer. And as each country has taken this step, the pressure for change has been increased. In each nation, the story of the fight for equality has been different. Each land has its own progressive coalitions built up over time and unique to the relationships and experiences of their people. But the discrimination and oppression which has been faced by too many people, too many gay and lesbian people, has been all too similar. The world, it is said, is becoming a smaller place, but for lesbian and gay travellers throughout the generations, the most far-flung destinations must often have seemed familiar, because the reality of discrimination has been a constant and near universal fear, wherever is called home. So I'm proud that Scotland can today join the places where difference is neither to be feared nor tolerated, but rather accepted. When I spoke in support of this bill at stage one, I said that I wanted to do more than just win an argument for tolerance. So I also mean something more when I use that word acceptance. The prize is not that we no longer care who gets married to who, but that we recognise individual human relationships, commitment to love another person and to spend their days with them and for them. That can be a very private thing, but it can also, if wanted, be a proudly public matter. To my mind, that's the right which this bill creates, and which, distinct from civil partnerships, is a right which should be available to all in the same terms to all couples, regardless of their sexuality and regardless of whether they profess a faith or whether they do not. That is the right which these other countries have created, and that is why we should join them, not just for our own people here in Scotland, in order that the state is truly the enemy of discrimination amongst its citizens rather than just the arbitrator, but because history has already taught us that we are on her right side. In the coming weeks, Presiding Officer, the eyes of the world will be on Sochi and the Winter Games that will take place there, and we'll be reminded that the world yet is not so small, and the attitudes which we rightly condemn in Russia and else are the norm there and elsewhere, far more than what we might boastfully feel are our own enlightened views. And so each Parliament, Presiding Officer, which has already made this change has done so in its own fashion. In some there have been tears, hugs, the singing of national or protest songs. Jackson Carlow took us somewhat towards that, but thankfully not the whole way. Our chance at history comes just after 6 o'clock tonight, but it must be a living history for very much longer afterwards. Because what we need is a Scotland in which we renew our determination to eliminate homophobia, to celebrate, not just tolerate diversity, a determination that our small and I do predict positive example will help ensure that we are not for long just the latest legalisers of equal marriage, but rather we will be amongst the early adopters of a change which has already taken far too long. And remember that for many people in the world, we will just be a far-off dream. Those of us in this place, Presiding Officer, who have campaigned for equal marriage will be pleased with our work today, pleased with our work towards today. But there are many days of individual celebration ahead, and it is those days, not this, which will show what has been done in these first few countries. Show that it is more than a dream. It is a hope for all lesbian, gay, bisexual and transgender people, wherever they live and whatever their experience. And that's why I feel very privileged to support this bill today. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Linda Fabiani, to be followed by Jim Hume.
Thanks very much, Presiding Officer. Yes, it's an absolute delight to be in this chamber today and to, I hope, be passing this legislation very soon. I, for myself, would like to thank all those who have worked very, very hard, not just on bringing this to fruition, something that so many people have been working to for years, and the principle of it, but those who have worked very, very hard on the technicalities and trying as far as possible, as Margaret McCulloch said as Chair of the Equal Opportunities Committee, to make sure that everyone was heard with dignity and with respect on a subject that does invoke strong emotions on all sides. So I'm glad we're here. But actually, for me, it's not really that detail that matters. For me, it's back to that principle and that ethic that says to me this is absolutely the right thing to do. And everybody can think of examples, whether it be in their childhood, whether it be family members, that have been badly affected by the discrimination against people that has gone on. And let's not forget, it was only, 1980 that we decriminalised homosexuality in this country. It's not that long. And what I want to see now is the kind of society that, yes, has at a top level said, we're creating equality by allowing same-sex marriage, but also want it to be a society where people like my great uncle didn't have to run down to London and live apart from his family so that he was able to live with someone he loved. Or indeed my uncle, who had a really absolutely rotten childhood, adolescence and adulthood, very much based on his own psyche of having to live a life that was pretense. And you'll notice I'm not even saying their names because there's still people out there that would be a bit of a revelation to, and I respect the memory of both these men that for very valid reasons they hid what they were. I also want to live in a society where actors don't have to portray the characters in real life that they portray on screen, etc. Yes, we've come a long way forward with that, but there's still a bit of that. There's still a bit of discrimination going on there. But what I really want is to live in a country and represent the constituency of East Kilbride, where I don't have the occasional young person coming to me and saying, I have to admit to everyone that I'm gay, or I have to admit to everyone that I'm bisexual. Do you know anyone that will support me or help me? I don't want people to have to admit to anything. I just want people to be people and be the way they are. And I want everybody to be treated equally in the eyes of the law. So back to that discussion we had earlier about civil marriage, religious marriage, civil partnerships. Everyone should be equal. and have equal chances, equal opportunities. My colleague Stuart Maxwell was quite right about that. The reality is we now do have civil partnerships, so they're there. There should be equality for anyone who wants to take part in any of that. Myself, I'm not married. I have chosen not to be married. Well, I think maybe Duncan's got something to do with that as well, right enough. But we have chosen not to be married. If we choose to have a civil partnership, if that comes in, you know what? It doesn't matter what the differences are with civil marriage and civil partnership. It's my choice. And it's absolutely no business of anyone else in this chamber or anyone else what we choose to do if the law says that you have that opportunity and that everyone has it. I loved Stuart Maxwell's comment about sometimes you're forced to choose between different kind of apples. It's not always apples and pears. So I'll leave my colleagues to decide whether I'm that sour old Granny Smith or a sweet pink lady. So maybe I don't want to hear the answer to that. So I'd like to close by saying, yes, we've done something pretty wonderful today, and I'm really, really pleased about that. But let's not kid ourselves that it solves everything just because we put this into legislation. There's still a long way to go. There's still discrimination out there, and there's still a lot of people needing support. So we get to that point where, in reality, it just doesn't matter a toss what someone's sexuality is. And I think the Equality Network, I can't mention everyone who's been involved in this, but I will with the Equality Network, because
it'll have to be brief, Ms Fabiani.
Absolutely. They're saying there is still a lot more work to do to tackle prejudice and to ensure that LGBT people receive equal treatment across society. Yes, it's time for change, so let's move on and build on what we've done today. Thank you.
Jim Hume, followed by John Mason.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Fairness and equality runs through the veins of every true Liberal Democrat, I know anyway. We want Scotland to be one of the fairest and most equal places in the world. That's why supporting this legislation enabling gay, transgender and lesbian couples to marry. When MSPs met to debate the bill back in November, I was pleased to have the opportunity to vote in favour and remain supportive of that bill, of course, today. This bill demonstrates that our society values every person equally, irrespective of their sexuality, and that we regard every relationship as worthy of equal recognition. If two people in a loving relationship want to formalise that through a religious or civil marriage ceremony, then that should be the case. They shouldn't be prevented from doing so, and in other words, there should be no differentiation between what's available to same or mixed-sex couples. I strongly believe that that sense of fairness and equality also run deep in the psyche of every Scot, and indeed that view has been reflected in the emails and letters I've received over the last few months. Key to this whole debate has been the issue of respect for everyone's opinions and getting the balance right. I think the bill, as it stood earlier, struck a good balance. It was recognised that in voting to uphold the intention of the bill to allow for equal marriage, it's also important to respect the rights of individuals and faith organisations not to carry out same-sex marriages if they don't wish to. And I believe that the Stage 2 amendments acknowledged that balance. As a Lib Dem and someone who was brought up in a household of good churchgoers, with a mother who broke another mould by becoming the first woman elder in the parish, I do believe it's important to do the right thing. Inequality is a form of oppression and can manifest itself in many different forms and to varying degrees, some more subtle than others. It's true that society has come a long way in terms of gay rights and equality issues, but I don't buy the argument that gay people should be happy with what they have, as though they've already been given some special concession. The idea that a gay couple should have no legal right to a religious or civil marriage ceremony makes a massive assumption that marriage doesn't apply to you, that you can't express your religious views or commitment to marriage if you're in a same-sex relationship. Taking that a step further, preventing same-sex couples from marrying is preventing a section of the population from expressing their marriage beliefs, and this, in my view, represents a subtle and creeping oppression. Indeed, back in the 19th century, the businesswoman Anne Lister, whose diaries were discovered after her death, revealed much about her private life, said it best when she wrote of her sexuality, Quote, "This is my nature. To act in opposition to my nature would be more wrong for me than to be a married woman. I am living my life with the nature that God gave me. It is perfectly okay." Unquote. And as an aside, it's interesting that Anne Lister should be primarily be remembered for being the so-called first modern lesbian, and that's a quote as well. In fact, she's arguably a role model for women and men to this day. She was an independent businesswoman in her own right and became one of the first women to climb the Pyrenees. She lived her life her way, with that very nature God gave her. We're not giving preferential treatment to any one group here. We're simply saying that everyone, regardless of sexual orientation, should have the same rights. Anything less is inhumane. Extending equality of marriage in Scotland is something I'm proud to stand up for. There can be no excuse for isolating a section of the population for any reason, whether that's on the basis of religious affiliation, skin colour or gender. And for that reason, I and my fellow Lib Dems, I believe, will be proud to support the Marriage and Civil Partnership Bill through its final stage today. And in doing so, I think we should recognise the many constituents who have contacted myself and others supporting the bill, also recognise the positive campaign both by Stonewall and the Equality Network, in particular throughout this debate, and have respect for other people's views in this chamber and outside, of course. And I think we should also note some respect for Alex Neil for his determination to bring this legislation to this Parliament and for some of the meetings he's held with myself and others to ensure Scotland is seen as a leading light for equality. I look forward to voting yes for this historic bill today at decision time.
John Mason, followed by John Finney.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This has been a long process, and I do thank members, clerks and others who have helped with a professional attitude throughout. I first said something publicly on same-sex marriage in August 2011, which is some 2.5 years ago, and I realise others have been campaigning on this issue on either side for a lot longer than that. So it will be good today to reach a decision, and we can hopefully get on with other business and with rebuilding relationships which may have been strained during this process. I have to say I am disappointed that none of the amendments were accepted today. I have previously said I am relaxed about the introduction of same-sex marriage if no one else is going to be disadvantaged by that. However, early on it became clear that changing marriage would have quite significant repercussions throughout society. We need to be realistic that this is quite a significant change in how our society operates. And while some see it as a major step forward in human rights terms, others feel a key part of their lives and experience and a key building block of society is being undermined. It will continue to be an area of controversy, as we have seen in other countries, even after same-sex marriage is introduced. Ideally, I think we all want a society where everyone is treated equally and minority views are at least tolerated, if not welcomed. However, the fear among some people is that we may see a switch from LGBT people being discriminated against to religious or other people with a traditional view being discriminated against. Will Christians and others be squeezed out of working in the public sector? We are not sure. I do not think this is the government's intention. Yes.
I don't like to say that the member may be scaremongering, but does the member have any evidence of religious organisations at all being squeezed out?
John Mason.
Yeah, I mean, we've gone over some of this already, but it does appear that somebody with traditional committed Christian or Muslim beliefs cannot be a registrar in the public sector, for example. I do not think it is the government's intention, as I said, to do this, and I accept that some safeguards have been built in. I also accept that we can never have 100% safeguards or know where the courts will go in future. So I am disappointed at the response of Parliament to the amendments put forward today. We are discussing this particular bill today, and there are parts of it which are not controversial. Clearly, the controversial part is same-sex marriage. But the bill comes against a backdrop of questions over the place of religion in society today, and that is going to be an issue in the future, whether or not Scotland gains independence. There is a clear trend away from religion these days, and society does seem to be becoming increasingly secular and humanist. However, it is also interesting to look a little below the surface and see how people react at times of stress and loss. The Independent Celibates Group are a group we did not take evidence from at committee, but they have spoken to MSPs in Parliament. And they report how many people approach them for a funeral, not wanting a full church or religious service, but still wanting a hymn and a prayer, which the humanists cannot provide. Again, with the recent helicopter crash, it was interesting how many people speaking about it, who would not normally be seen as religious, were talking about our thoughts and our prayers with the families and victims, and were attending church services and Mass. So we are in an untidy kind of society, which is perhaps not as Christian as I would like, or as humanist as Patrick Harvey would like, but we do need to recognise where people are at, and for many that includes a bit of faith and religion, at least below the surface. So the issue of relationship of church and state is part of this whole debate as well. I am clear that church and state should be separate, and the church should not be in a privileged position as it has been in the past. I do not think either the church or the state has benefited from that. So specifically on this bill, it is not perfect and could have been improved more along the way. However, the key for myself and others is that we may well be, and probably are, opening door for more discrimination against religious and other people who think a bit differently from the rest of society. I hope I am proved wrong in that, but the signs are not encouraging. Therefore, for that reason, I feel forced to vote against the bill this evening.
I now call John Finney to be followed by Mary Fee.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and thank you too to the various groups that have provided briefings for this debate. One line in the Equality Network briefing said it will make Scotland fair and more equal if we pass this legislation, and I certainly believe that to be the case. A very important role this building has in serving the people of Scotland, and we know that the people of Scotland have different, obviously different gender, race, sexuality and different localities. A key role in the scrutiny of our legislation comes from the committee structure, and a lot has been said of the Equal Opportunities Committee. I thank our convener, Margaret McCulloch, for her comments and her resume of the work that took place. Also, our valuable staff there who were tremendously helpful in providing that support for us to scrutinise. A lot of evidence was taken, and like many, I've had a lot of communications. Some of them haven't been particularly measured. Others have clearly indicated that they haven't read the proposals, and that, of course, is a bit disappointing. Particular interest was a line of emails I got, and as someone who spent all but a handful of years born and brought up and living in the Highlands, to tell me that I couldn't possibly be a Highlander or I wouldn't be supporting this legislation, I thought that was quite dismissive of an entire population and indeed the geography of the place. But of course it does strike me that sometimes in many locations around the globe, and sadly 21st century Scotland's no different, people choose selective tracts from a book of their choice to support various things. So around the globe that might be children not being educated, girls not being educated, women not being allowed to be doctors, women not being allowed to drive motor vehicles, what mode of dress can be worn, boys and girls not being allowed to be educated in the same room, the race has been segregated, beating children, banning interfaith, banning inter-race marriages, throwing goats off towers to their death, and not allowing people who love each other to marry. So I have to say there have been a lot of entirely reasonably expressed views. I don't go for the hierarchy. I think you either believe in equality or you don't. There's no hierarchy within that. I'd like to, in the short time that's available, quote two of the communications I've had, one from a monk in an abbey in the Highlands and Islands, who concludes by saying, of course, the main victims in your favour legislation will be children, but they don't vote, so obviously can be safely ignored. Well, I have to tell you, I'll be safely ignoring that gentleman, and I would commend the approach to children mentioned by, mentioned by, which particular, yes, I beg your pardon, Stonewall, who say, existing law already states rightly that all decisions on adoption and fostering must be based on the best interests of the child. Stonewall Scotland agrees that prospective foster carers and adoptive parents should not be rejected solely because of their views on same-sex marriage. We do believe, however, that potential adoptive parents or foster carers should be assessed on whether they have a range of skills to support looked after children, including those who may grow up to be lesbian, gay, bisexual or transgender and may be experiencing homophobic or transphobic bullying. And what a contrast, I would say, between that particular proponent of faith adherence and the support that we've had in the way of briefings from equality groups. Similarly, I'm not alone in having received a communication from a Free Presbyterian minister, and I'll quote, "If you ignore this warning," and he's talking about the warning, what will happen if we support this legislation, "I am clear from complicity in you dying of your iniquity." But he does go on to add, his conscience will be purged from any involvement in the national sin. Well, I've got news for the Reverend Campbell. I am going to die, and my death certificate will not state that the cause of death was iniquity or involvement in the national sin. So, to those sadly loveless communicants, I too can quote from a book, and the book I'm going to quote from says, "A new command I give you, love one another as I have loved you, so must you love one another." I think statistics, a lot has been made of the statistics that have been used, and Jackie Bailey alludes to the social attitude survey. To me, it's not about who can get the bigger gang together, it's about which group values equality more. We've heard about the civil registrars and the contrast there with the faith adherents, but who would want to marry under duress anyway? It's quite clear to me one person's morality is another person's prejudice, and we've heard a lot of prejudice in this, sad to say. As I've said previously, I don't think you can have any caveats in equality. There's an opportunity to make history, and not many people get that. There's been vital votes on franchise and slavery, and the future analysis of that has been important. James Dornan will have been seen to have acted to make a difference. I have one final quote, and it's from Martin Luther King Jr. You need to make it very brief. I have decided to stick with love. Hate is too big a burden to bear. I would ask others to facilitate the love that would allow people to marry and support this legislation. Thank you.
Mary Fee, followed by Kevin Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This bill is, in my view, the single most important piece of legislation that this Parliament has delivered, and that's a hard feat to achieve. Bigger than the smoking ban, bigger than the referendum bill, the Marriage and Civil Partnership Scotland bill will make real change for equality in Scotland. We've all heard about the evil consequences that are going to occur and the effects that same-sex marriage will have on children. However, I'm sure we can all agree that continually talking about same-sex relationships in demeaning and bigoted tones will promote more harm to children, especially those that may have difficulty in accepting their sexuality. Now, the Bible and teachings of Jesus are supposed to promote love and forgiveness. However, throughout this campaign, I have seen little evidence of that from certain opposition groups. For those concerned and campaigning about the consequences of same-sex marriage on children, where is the campaign to stop divorce? In 2011-2012, there were 9,503 divorces in Scotland. What of those children and their rights? As the Bible says, what therefore God has joined together, let no man separate. Is it the case that this law of God is wilfully being ignored? The Bible, for example, also explicitly forbids cutting one's hair and trimming your facial hair. The Bible also supports slavery. And I'd like to stress at this point, I'm not criticising any individual for their religious belief. I'm merely pointing out the hypocrisy of certain opposition groups. The Bible has been used in representations to me as a means of reinforcing opposition to this bill. I merely point out a couple of other areas in the Bible that perhaps should be reflected upon if groups want to be fair and honest and have due regard for equality. Presiding Officer, our society has become increasingly liberal, tolerant and more accepting and understanding, and I hope that that continues over the decades and centuries to come. We've also become more secular, and there is a correlation between the increasing secularism and liberalism. The bill is stronger than it was at stage one. However, there were amendments that would have increased the equality for LGBT couples, especially young transgender adults. And in easing the worries of opposition groups, the Scottish and UK governments have made amendments to the Equality Act 2010 and guarantee those freedoms we have been asked to protect today. And as I said in November, there are enough safeguards already in place without some of the amendments that were put forward earlier. In our current political landscape, we hear about Scotland becoming a fairer and more equal society. To those that perpetuate this statement, Today you have the opportunity to take that step towards ending the current discrimination same-sex couples face. Commitment between two loving and consenting adults should be the basis for marriage, not the ability to create a family. In many cases, there are families created before marriage, and again, there is no precondition that must be met before marriage. In the Stage 1 debate, I pointed out that single-parent families are increasingly accepted as normal, and that the language used by opposition groups adds to the stigma forced upon single parents, especially mothers. So, as we come to the end of the legislative process, let's take the opportunity to remember that as long as a child has a loving and stable home, it does not matter if they come from a one-parent family, a same-sex couple, or a mixed-sex couple. Scotland will take a massive stride today in equality, catching up with our neighbours down south and with the other progressive nations across the world to become the 17th nation to make marriage equal. This Parliament has continually acted against the social and moral inequalities that discriminate against LGBT people, and today we will add marriage equality to that list of other actions we have taken, such as repealing Section 28, allowing same-sex couples to adopt, and ensuring that LGBT people are protected under hate crime laws. The work of the Scottish Government and Alex Neil is to be commended. Praise also has to go to Tim Hopkins and Tom French at the Equality Network, Stonewall Scotland, the Transgender Alliance and LGBT Youth Scotland. And finally, Presiding Officer, I am proud to stand up for social justice, equality and fairness. And today, I will be proud to vote for equal marriage in Scotland.
I now call Kevin Stewart to be followed by Nigel Dawn.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Earlier on today, Mr Mason, during the course of the amendments, said, accept one or two amendments to show that we've been listening. Alec Johnson later on said we should have accepted some as a token. Well, I don't think we should be passing amendments for tokenistic reasons or making legislation for tokenistic reasons. And I think we have the balance right here. In terms of show that we have been listening, I have been listening to the many constituents of mine who have written to me and contacted me on this issue. And I have to say that by 10 to 1, folks in my constituency have told me to vote in favour of this legislation today. I have respect for people of religion, people of all religions, and I'm glad that we have the bill that we do. And let me quote one of my constituents who wrote to me just the other day. I am a Christian and urge you to remember that there are Christians in your town who wish to support inclusion and equality. And I think that we have all got to take cognizance of individual views and not just the views of organisations who sometimes do not reflect the views of those that participate in those organisations. Now, that is my wee bit of politicking over there. I think all of this is round about equality. And I think, as I am doing this today, about two wee girls in Aberdeen with two wee mummies. Well, not wee mummies, with two mummies. I'm going to get into trouble for that now, I think. And, you know, they should have the same rights as any other family. If their parents want to marry, they should be allowed to marry. And those two wee girls may well have married mummies sooner rather than later. Alec Johnson talked about strong families. I'm a great supporter of strong families. I talked in the Stage 1 debate about my own family and the strength that I have from having parents who have stayed together for many, many years and who have gone through the joy and the happiness and the trials and tribulations of marriage. And I hope that others in our society will soon be able to have those same experiences, maybe with a little less of the trials and tribulations, it has to be said, Presiding Officer. I think, like Alec Johnson, that strong families often breed strong societies too. And he said that marriage should be a bedrock. I don't disagree with that statement either. The only problem that I've got at this current moment in time, which we will hopefully address today, is that folks who love one another, who are of the same sex, currently cannot marry. Presiding Officer, many folk have said that today is a historic debate, and I think that is the case. I hope that we take the bold step today to further rid our society of discrimination. But most of all, I hope that we will think about the families that already exist across this country, where parents are not allowed to get married, and those in the future who want to follow the line of marriage. I said at stage one of the debate, Presiding Officer, that I will bear no malice no matter how folk vote on this issue. But I hope that they will vote for this bill. I think it's a good piece of legislation. And I would say that that has been strengthened by the efforts of the Cabinet Secretary and the very many campaigning groups from both sides who have contributed to make it what it is. No malice, but what I would say is this. The same appeal that I made at stage one. Think of the future. Think of your sons and daughters, your grandchildren, that may well turn out to be LGBT. Give them the same opportunities that many of you had. Allow them to marry. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Nigel Dawn, to be followed by Mary Scanlon.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Can I start by turning to the very front of the bill, which says, an Act of the Scottish Parliament to make provision for the marriage of persons of the same sex. And that is why, as a Christian, I found it very difficult at stage one to accept that this is the right way forward. I did not want to redefine a word which has a meaning in literature and liturgy, and which has a significance to Christians which I felt should not be ignored. Others have agreed with that. At stage one, we didn't have a choice about an alternative route. This didn't say an act to eliminate discrimination against those of the same sex who might wish to form some legal relationship other than civil partnerships. It said on its face that we were going to redefine marriage. And at that point, I took exception to it, and I argued against it, and I voted against it. I felt that the government could have brought forward something which was based on civil partnerships. So actually did the government, because if you read the paperwork, it actually says they did consider it, but they also noted that they hadn't consulted on it, and they didn't bring it forward. We have, of course, moved on. That stage one debate is behind us. This Parliament, by a very substantial majority, decided that that was the way forward, and at that point, can I say, not this Parliament, but we decided that that was the right way forward. So having decided that we were going to redefine marriage, I'm now left to address the practical consequences of that. I'm now looking at a bill which does move to eliminate the discrimination against couples of the same sex. I support that, as I always did. If we're going to change the word, so be it. And I will accordingly support the bill tonight. Thank you.
Mary Scanlon, to be followed by Christian Allard.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'd first of all like to comment my colleague and friend Jackson Carlow on his speech, and as a fellow Conservative I can fully understand and empathise with many of the thoughts and views he expressed today. And can I also say that I have also received many of the emails that John Finney received, and I will come back to that. I welcome this change in the bill, which not many have mentioned, but which acknowledges the role that humanists, for example, will play in solemnising marriage by putting belief celebrants on the same footing as religious celebrants. I also welcome the extension to the normal notice period for marriage and civil partnerships from 14 to 18 days. I think these have been lost in the main core of the vote today. But I'm also delighted to be in the Scottish Conservatives, where in 2004, under our leader David McCletchie, and today, and 10 years later, under Ruth Davidson's leadership, we do have a free vote. And I'd like to put on record that I fully respect the views of all my colleagues and others who choose to oppose the bill today. I was the only MSP to abstain in the 2004 vote for civil partnerships. At that time, I could see the points made on both sides quite clearly, and I thought abstaining was the right thing to do. However, at stage one, and today again, Jackie Baillie has stated that Scottish Social Attitudes survey in 2002 showed that 41% of people were in favour of same-sex marriage, 19% against, assuming 40% were undecided. In the same survey in 2010, the proportion in favour of same-sex marriage rose from 41 to 61. So I was probably one of the 40% undecided in 2004, and I will now be voting for the bill tonight. So I asked myself, what was my tipping point? And I have to say that, like John Finney, I read all the emails coming in, as I did in 2004, and the language from some individuals, not churches, individuals, who opposed this bill, for me, was the tipping point for me to vote in favour. The divide across income groups, geographic areas and religious communities is also interesting, with 50% Presbyterian, 55% Catholic in favour, those in most deprived areas 67% support, and the most affluent areas 63%. So whether you're urban, rural, rich or poor, religious beliefs, attitudes are changing. I would like to thank Mary Fee today, because we've all been talking about same-sex and different-sex marriage, and Mary Fee was the only one at stage one and today who raised the issue of single parents. I am a single parent. I was married. My husband walked out when my children were 1 and 2. Didn't ask him to do that. I didn't want that to happen. But I hope Mary's points will be raised today and embraced today. Because when my children went to school in Dundee, my daughter was asked, hands up those from a broken home. Well, I can tell you that that teacher in that school never asked that question again after I visited them. And I believe that whether in our role as MSPs, parents and citizens, we should all, individually or otherwise, address this type of humiliation, embarrassment, isolation and bullying whenever and wherever it arises. So thank you to Mary Fee. I do not agree with all that John Mason says about extending marriage to same-sex couples dilutes the value. In fact, I think it's a fair and just society that extends marriage to those who love each other, no matter where they live, who they love, and they are equal. And this Parliament is voting to give the same rights to everyone. But following my vote in favour at stage one, I received emails saying I'd be struck down by the wrath of God for supporting this bill, and others have mentioned potential discrimination. I would not move from discriminating against same-sex relationships to discriminating against those who hold traditional Christian beliefs. And that's why I've listened today very closely to the amendments tabled by John Mason and Richard Lyle, and I've listened equally carefully to the responses given by the Cabinet Secretary. I have supported John Mason's 5-year review. I think that's reasonable, and I've done that today. I have to move on briefly. I just want to say, finally, I did read the Stage 1 debate, and it was a point that Joan McAlpine made. When she was growing up, she didn't know anyone who was gay. Well, neither did I when I grew up in Angus, but the word gay meant something quite different. And I remember going to Lynx Park in Montrose with my father in the early 1960s and asking why the referees were all gay, although that wasn't quite the word that they used. I don't clearly remember my father's answer, but the term was used in a very derogatory manner. particularly when the ref's decision didn't find favour with the fans.
I'm sorry, Ms Scanlon, you need to wind up.
Later at Tannadice, my son asked me again about the ref's sexuality, and I found it difficult to explain why these mysterious men in black, with all the power and authority in the football field, should be at this mercy. Presiding officer, this weekend, I read a chapter from David Walliams' book, The Boy in a Dress, to my 7-year-old granddaughter, and I only hope that she will be much more prepared for the diversity of the real world than I was.
Christian Allard, followed by Patrick Harvey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First of all, I would like to clarify where I come from in this issue of same-sex marriage. Then I would like to tell you briefly how I participated to the work of the Equal Opportunities Committee on this bill, before concluding on what I think this bill is really about for me. Yes, I come from France, a country that has just passed a similar legislation. And as Jackson Carlo hinted, in the debate at the end of Stage 2 in November last year, I finished my contribution with a childhood memory of a conversation I had with my father. Members asked me to clarify the following day the reason why I introduced chicken farming to a debate on marriage and civil partnership. I think, Presiding Officer, that the words of my father might have been lost in translation. I spent an idyllic childhood in rural France, in one of those typical French villages. My father ran a chicken farm, and I still remember the day, 40 years ago, when he told me about customers of his who lived as a couple in a remote farm nearby. I was struck by the way my father spoke about this same-sex couple, with great respect and in a friendly tone. I wonder what happened to those farmers, and I wonder today how much those two men would have liked to take the opportunity to get married like every other farming couple in rural France. And then I like to add something, because we heard a lot of contribution from members today. And it seems to me that nobody came and said that we have prejudices, and we all have prejudices. And I have to say, maybe to my shame, but despite what my father told me, it didn't tweak. Still, when I went to school, and even secondary school, I still was full of prejudices towards people in gay gay people. I couldn't understand it. I never realized why my father was trying to tell me. And yet, I was going to church every Sunday. I was even an altar boy. My father didn't go to church. My father found the excuse that looking after his chicken had to be a 7-day job. I went to church, and I listened to everything. But unfortunately, I listened far too much of what my peers said at school. So I changed my mind growing up. But I still feel that out there are still a lot of people like I was when I was young, full of prejudices. And this is the reason, even with a strong family a background like Alex Johnston talked about, we need, as a parliament, and I welcome the Scottish Government to have introduced this bill, because we need to have a strong message to people that same-sex marriage is something we should be more than tolerated. It should be celebrated. But this is in the past, and we are here maybe 40 years too late, voting on a bill today to give everyone the right to marry. When preparing for this debate last night, I happened to read a message on social media from John Mason, who spoke before me, and I would like to congratulate him for his message that reads that he thanked everybody who contacted him, and particularly the people who disagree with his own position. And he congratulated those people to have done it in a calm and sensible fashion. The member for Glasgow-Shettleston has to be commended for his words and his tone today as well. I wish, Presiding Officer, to take this opportunity to offer my thanks to everyone who wrote to me on the issue. And like other members of the committee, I will do my best to respond to the many who asked me to support the bill. I listened to John Mason carefully. I listened to Nigel Dunn as well. and I urge John Mason to reconsider and to vote for the bill despite his reservations. As we heard today about the word marriage, to me, the word marriage doesn't belong to the state or any religion. It belongs to the couples who marry, in or out of church, same-sex couples or not, and including farmers. Because this bill is not about words. It's about people. I would like to pay tribute to Jem Morton of the Equality Network and Scottish Transgender Alliance, who came to our committee to give evidence and to explain how equal marriage matters to trans and intersex people. And I would like to thank Linda Fabiani as well to defend the cause of the transgender community. If this bill has achieved anything we did not expect, is to put the agenda of the gender committee out in the open, the transgender community out of the open. Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I will be supporting this bill.
Thank you, Mr Allard. Patrick Harvey, followed by Jim Eadie.
Thank you. Well, I wasn't really expecting chicken farming or Tannadice or South Pacific, well, maybe South Pacific, but we've heard some cracking good speeches today, and I, for one, feel privileged to be a member of this Parliament and to have the opportunity to speak in this debate. When Marco Biaggi was reading some of the comments from his constituents, it put me in mind of how I might have felt if this legislation had been passed in Scotland when I was coming out, or more particularly, when I didn't yet feel able to. I think the message that we send by passing this legislation will be extremely positive, and many, many young people, some of whom frankly feel baffled that this is even an issue, I think their response will become the mainstream response, and I think a great many people in Scotland, a few years down the line, will wonder what all the fuss was about. I do want to pay credit to the government, both the current Cabinet Secretary and Nicola Sturgeon, who was the previous Minister in charge, as well as the committee and its previous members, and the many, many campaigners who've worked so hard on this issue. It's taken us a little bit longer than Westminster to get to this point, but I believe that partly because of that time spent and partly because of the amendments in committee, we have a better bill as a result. There's been a good degree of cross-party consensus, and I think that speaks volumes. It wasn't always the case. From decriminalisation through the equalisation of the age of consent, the introduction of anti-discrimination law, the repeal of Section 2A, gender recognition legislation, adoption and fostering, moves towards equal family law, civil partnership and now equal marriage, all the way along there have been the voices of dissent. I believe that they are diminishing, both in their number in society at large and in the substance of their arguments. But that persistent opposition does remain. And I have to say to Alex Johnson in particular, it has not always been expressed to me in the respectful tones which he described. There is a vociferous opposition to LGBT equality and human rights still in our society, the inheritors of those people who objected every step of the way from decriminalisation onwards. Some of them, in correspondence that I've received, simply seem to be baffled at the idea that same-sex relationships should be treated with any degree of respect or equality. Often, the prejudice is couched in religious terms, and I would make the case that claiming religious justification for prejudice does not make that prejudice any less objectionable. But I do want to endorse the comments from Kevin Stewart a few moments ago, that very often it's hierarchies that represent that prejudice. They don't necessarily represent the views of the people they claim to. There are many people who perceive this bill principally in religious terms. But let's remember once again that most people who get married in Scotland these days choose not to involve religion in any way. Most marriages are fully secular. And for me, it's important to assert that religious freedom, yes, it includes freedom of religion. It also includes freedom from religion. These are both important aspects of religious freedom. And I have yet to hear, in this debate or in any other so far, any clear, coherent moral argument that suggests that same-sex relationships are in any way inferior or less worthy of respect and equal status. Presiding Officer, it's important now that we have this legislation on the verge of being passed, that we do look beyond our current situation and beyond Scotland as well. As we do that, we see some of the countries where the fight for equality and LGBT human rights is not about pensions and inheritance. It's about life and death still. And in some of those places, it is still some strands of organised religion and their hierarchies which still continue to offer the single most consistent source of hostility to LGBT people's dignity, rights, equality, well-being and safety. I believe it's important, as we welcome some countries where people are struggling with that question of life and death on LGBT equality, as we welcome some of those countries to Glasgow, we take pride in telling the particular story of Scotland's progress from a country that felt it was unable to decriminalise homosexuality at the same time as the rest of the UK, from societies in which, in Glasgow and Edinburgh, people felt it wasn't safe yet to have a pride march. You couldn't do that here. Our story of our progress from that country to this, to a country which is proud to pass equal marriage legislation for this generation and for the future. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
I now call Jamidi to be followed by Jean Urquhart, who will be the last speaker in the open debate.
Presiding Officer, I am grateful to you for calling me to speak in this debate on an issue that means so much to me and to so many of us. It is a day which many of us did not think we would see in our lifetime, but I am immensely proud that this Parliament will, at decision time this evening, pass into law a bill which will allow same-sex couples to marry. There have been outstanding contributions from the front benches and across the chamber this afternoon. Presiding Officer, I believe that this bill is the measure of a civilised and just society. It is the hallmark of a country which is comfortable in its own skin, one which says with quiet dignity and confidence, we value all of our citizens equally. Loving and committed relationships between two people should be accorded parity of esteem and equal status before the law, whether it be between two women, between two men, or between a man and a woman. And like Marco Biagi, I have been reminded of this by the rich personal testimony I have received throughout the extensive passage of this bill. And Christian Allard is right. This bill is about people, and it is life-changing. Only yesterday, I received a letter from a constituent, a woman, urging me to support the legislation. She said, I am in a civil partnership and feel it is second-class marriage. The terminology is terrible. Civil partnership sounds cold and legal, and I have to explain what it is, that it's marriage but not quite marriage. She went on, I'm forced to mark myself as different, as not straight, as not married. That is tiresome, and I don't want these battles. Talking about my partner shouldn't be about the terminology, it should be about a relationship. I was humbled to receive a letter from a young man of 26 who wrote to me today. He said, I have always known that I wanted to be married, not civil partnered, not something other, not something different, married. I had thought we would have to go abroad to do this, but thanks to the decision taken today, we can marry here in Scotland. I now look forward to what will be the happiest day of my life, marrying the person I love in the place I call home. I said in the Stage 1 debate that Scotland had been a cold and inhospitable place for many people, myself included, to grow up in as gay or lesbian in the 1980s and 1990s. I'm glad that Scotland is no longer that cold and inhospitable place. I believe this bill will have a hugely positive impact on our society and on the health and well-being of LGBT people across our country. Future generations of young people in Scotland can grow up as gay and lesbian without the self-doubt and self-loathing which many people of mine and previous generations faced. They will know that their intrinsic worth as a human being is accepted by the society of which they are a member. And Scotland now has one of the most progressive equal marriage bills in the world. We started the process earlier than England and Wales, and we have taken longer in our consultation and consideration of the legislation. But like the Equality Network, I believe that the length of time it has taken has been well worth the wait. Scrapping the spousal veto and allowing the option of gender-neutral marriage ceremonies mean that the legislation will provide genuine marriage equality for all, including trans and intersex people. And as Linda Fabiani reminded us, 34 years after Scotland decriminalised male homosexuality in 1980, we have the opportunity to remove the final piece of sexual orientation discrimination from Scots law and to create full legal equality for lesbian, gay, bisexual and transgender people. Now, many people deserve credit for achieving this milestone in our history, and special mention must go to Tim Hopkins and Tim French of the Equality Network, Colin McFarlane of Stonewall Scotland, the Transgender Alliance, as well as many others who played their part in bringing us to this day. We should also remember those who are no longer with us, and I think of the Scottish homosexual rights group many decades ago, people like Janie Buchan, Robin Cook, Father Anthony Ross, and yes, our own Scots macker, Edwin Morgan. Today is a day to pause and reflect on how far we have come as a society, and the mood has been celebratory, as Jackson Carlaw reminded us. This is a day where we come together as a parliament and as a nation to proclaim the importance of marriage as an institution open to all. Men and women across Scotland have new cause to hope for their future, the wondrous possibilities that may present themselves, and the chance to share their lives with the person they love. Like all of us, I too have cause for optimism for my future. Perhaps a personal lad in the Scotsman, slim, athletic, professional, 45-year-old male, seeks husband to share his life and passions, must like a good debate but not take themselves too seriously. All applications will be carefully considered. Presiding Officer, I jest, but this is a profound moment in our nation's history. While we do not yet live in a society free from prejudice and discrimination, this law is a bold and positive step towards creating a Scotland based on the first principles of fairness and justice for all. It is the final step in the journey for equality for the LGBT community in Scotland, and it is one of which I and all of us within and out with this chamber can be rightly and immensely proud.
Jean Urquhart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I'm really delighted, late as it is, to have the opportunity to state my support for equal marriage in this chamber. I believe wholeheartedly that this can only be a positive step for Scottish society and for its LGBT community in particular, who have for so long been denied the choice that so many of us have taken for granted, the choice to say, I do. I'd also like to pay tribute to the work of Stonewall Scotland, the Equality Network and the Scottish Youth Parliament, who, among many, have been strong, considered and the rational voices calling for this necessary change. As well as highlighting the positives of this move, I think it is important to reiterate to those who do not currently support this legislation that they really cannot have anything to fear from this move towards equality. I believe that the religious safeguards currently proposed, whereby religious institutions are permitted, if they so wish, to hold equal marriage ceremonies, suitably protects institutions who do not, and those wish to do so and those who do. In fact, to disallow those institutions who do wish to conduct equal marriage ceremonies, such as certain parts of the Jewish faith and Quakers, would in itself be faith-based discrimination. Several countries across the world have already legalised same-sex marriage, including a number who are signatories to the European Convention on Human Rights, and religious freedom has remained in place for those with traditional views on marriage, and this will also be the case, I suggest, in Scotland. Among its many provisions, the Equality Act 2010 makes it illegal to deny a person or organisation access to public services or to deny support to charity based purely on their views on same-sex marriage, and ensures that no duty is placed on any religious bodies or individual celebrants to conduct these ceremonies. Existing law already rightly states that all decisions on fostering or adoption should be based on the interests of the child and not the views of prospective parents. Marriage does not belong to any one organisation, and many in the LGBT community wish to be married in order to have equal status in society, and civil partnerships may not put the same-sex couples on an equal footing. Same-sex couples, as human beings, do not wish to be treated differently from anyone else, and I believe that the bill will help to make Scotland a more equal society. Many in the LGBT community want to be married in accordance with their religion. There are many religions in favour of same-sex marriage, including Unitarians, Quakers, Humanists, Liberal Judaists, Metropolitan Community Church and the Open Episcopalian Church. I, like others, have also received correspondence from some Church of Scotland ministers and observant Protestants, Catholics and other denominations expressing their support for same-sex marriage. So we mustn't believe that it is everyone in every church who feels that this bill is wrong. The overall evidence suggests that the bill has public support. Opinion polls have consistently shown that the level of support for same-sex marriage is now at around 2/3. And, for example, the 2010 Scottish Social Attitudes Survey found that 61% agreed in response to the question, do you agree or disagree that gay and lesbian couples should be allowed to marry? Only 19% disagreed. So maybe Scotland really is moving on. Additionally, Labour, the Liberal Democrats, the SNP and the Green Party all mentioned equal marriage proposals in their 2011 election manifestos to varying degrees of commitment, and it is a Conservative-led government that have introduced same-sex marriage in England and Wales. Presiding Officer, I can remember when homosexuality itself was considered a criminal offence, and Scotland has come a long way in a relatively short space of time. I hope that the passage of this bill will form one more link to a progressive, equal and tolerant Scotland. I wholeheartedly support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to the winding up speeches. I call on Margaret Mitchell. Ms Mitchell, you've 6 minutes.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The bill will be passed this evening. This has been a foregone conclusion since the overwhelming vote in favour of it took place in November last year. This being the case, those supporters of same-sex marriage could, I believe, have moved some way to try and allay the fears and accommodate the different but equally passionate and legitimate views of those on the other side of the debate. I'm therefore saddened that the proposed amendments that specifically sought to protect freedom of speech and religious belief in the bill have not been passed, as these amendments would have led to better, more robust legislation. I note the submission from Stonewall Scotland stated that it is clear that freedom to hold and express the belief that a marriage can only be between a man and a woman is already rightly robustly protected by law. If this is so, then there should be no difficulty in making sure this freedom is set out in the bill. Instead, a rather skewed view was taken in Stonewall Scotland's submission regarding Amendment 26, when it went on to state that this amendment, however, seeks to elevate one belief above others and would enshrine in law that same-sex relationships are uniquely worthy of criticism. But today, Presiding Officer, we've seen a compromise offered from those opposed in principle to the bill in the form of the tabled amendments in an effort to clarify and strengthen this legislation. However, disappointingly, there's been no corresponding empathy shown or quarter given from the majority of those who support the bill. This is, if you don't mind, Mr Biagio, I am expressing a minority view and I'd like the time to develop it. This is a sad reflection on our Parliament, as there is no doubt that this bill sets in competition two equality strands: the right not to be discriminated against on the basis of sexual orientation and the right to religious belief. It's worth pointing out, had this lack of empathy prevailed from those, including myself, who are opposed to same-sex marriage, but who voted in favour of civil partnership for the same-sex couples, then the 2004 Civil
Ms Mitchell wishes to give way.
Would not have been passed. I've made my position quite clear for the reason already expressed, Mr Stewart. That would quite simply have been wrong, because this legislation has addressed the unjust discrimination in law which existed at that time against same-sex couples. The role of government should be to ensure fairness under the law for those who hold differing beliefs. Despite this, the Scottish Government ignored the results of its own consultation on same-sex marriage, where 2/3 of those who responded to the same-sex marriage question indicated their opposition. Furthermore, in legislating for a redefinition of marriage, the Government has eroded the boundary between state civil provisions, where it has a role to play, and religious belief and teaching, where it does not. It has done so in the name of equality, but equality is about fairness. It's not about making everyone the same. The indisputable fact is the bill diminishes the deeply held views of those that consider marriage is between a man and a woman. And there's nothing fair in causing those who are opposed to same-sex marriage to feel apprehensive about expressing this view. Yet this is the situation which will now prevail in Scotland. Furthermore, the majority of contributions in this closing debate have been passionate, witty and decidedly upbeat, not least from my colleague Jackson Carlow, and have expressed the view that the introduction of same-sex marriage tackles discrimination. But let's be quite clear. There is terrible and vile discrimination which still exists against same-sex couples. It's not to be found in these recent amendments, as some seem to believe, but rather in the intolerance of certain religious teaching and ethnic minority cultures, both here in Scotland, the UK and globally. And this bill does absolutely nothing to tackle this issue. If it did, it would have my overwhelming support this evening. In conclusion, Presiding Officer, the bill will inhibit people from expressing their religious beliefs in a democratic society. The ability of the minority to feel free to air their views is fundamental. The bill undermines that ability, and in doing so has not achieved fairness or equality, but has instead elevated the beliefs of one group of society to the detriment of another. And for these reasons, I regret, Presiding Officer, I will not be voting for the bill this evening.
I now call on Jackie Bailey. Ms Bailey, you've got 8 minutes.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And can I say at the outset that I do regret some of the comment in the last speech, and it does strike me as being out of step even with those that have disagreed with the bill. We have heard powerful testimony and experience from a number of members and, frankly, some excellent contributions across the chamber. I will attempt to do justice to most of them, but forgive me if I do indeed run out of time. Now, it may come as a surprise to those outside this chamber, but across parties we often agree. We are capable of working together. I know that perhaps when you look in on Thursday's First Minister's questions, that might not be evident, and I welcome the First Minister to the chamber. However, I think we can agree that we are proud of the Parliament and the way we deal with perhaps sometimes difficult issues that inspire passion on all sides. There was substantial committee scrutiny. There was substantial external scrutiny and quite a bit of comment on top of that. But like Jackson Carlow and many others here today, I want to pay tribute to all the campaigners, because I think, with a few exceptions, they have engaged maturely in this debate. And I've no doubt that their contributions have actually made today such a historic day. Jackson Carlow was almost singing from South Pacific. I'm not sure whether that's a good thing or not. I will leave that for others to judge. I'm always happy to take an intervention if he wants to regale us with song, but I put it down to the excitement of the occasion. Indeed, his observation, echoed by Mary Scanlon about those in the Tory party who had to strangle their sexuality, earned a laugh of substantial recognition. So I will leave that sticking to the wall. Marco Biaggi, in what I thought was a very considered contribution, brought the voices of his constituents directly into this chamber, and in what was, I think, quite an emotional and well-thought-through speech, made this debate very much about them and about what we do now for them. Margaret McCulloch, ever the convener of the committee, was rightly pursuing the Cabinet Secretary right to the end on the question of converting civil partnerships to marriage, which have been conducted outside Scotland. And I hope the Cabinet Secretary will take some of the considerable time we have at our disposal to respond to her points in his closing speech. James Dornan spoke about his brother's marriage in Lisbon, and I was jealous of the sunshine of Portugal that he brought into this chamber. However, and I think this is absolutely right, he said to Alex Johnson that this bill can only strengthen marriage. And that is absolutely right. This is about celebrating marriage, all marriages. It underlines the positive benefits that flow from marriage, as the Cabinet Secretary himself said. This is about a nation that cherishes love. As Drew Smith said, for many couples, demonstrating that love and commitment to each other can be a very private thing. For others, it is proudly a very public matter. And on that note, can I just correct Jackson Carlaw, who I know is not often wrong, but I'm sure he'll take this in the spirit intended. It is not just Neil Bibby and Mark Griffin that are engaged to be married, but Drew Smith got engaged to Gillian Merchant on Christmas Eve. I suppose, Presiding Officer, I should declare an interest in this. I'm not quite sure what our register of interest requires, but Gillian used to work for me, so I take some credit in bringing the two together. So let me say to Jackson, Drew will send you the gift list in the post for making that error. John Finney was... John, can the Cabinet Secretary for Finance stop heckling from a sedentary position? But let me say to John Finney, in all seriousness, John Finney was absolutely right. As we listened to the debate this afternoon, I was very clear that this wasn't about a hierarchy in equality. You either believe in it or you don't. It's not about pick and mix, and I am very pleased that the Parliament came to that same conclusion with a series of amendments. Mary Fee, I hesitate to say this, has been married for 36 years to Brian. She told us all at a Burn supper last week that he bought her presents like a lawnmower, and once he even bought her a pan loaf. A clear example that even with the most extreme provocation, marriage is clearly about love and commitment that endures. Presiding Officer, Kevin Stewart and I have often disagreed about many things, but he was absolutely correct when he said legislation is not about tokenism. It is about doing what is right. It is about doing what stands the test of time. And Mary Scanlon, in her usual quirky contribution, reminded us all that we have a responsibility to challenge discrimination, whether that's in the classroom, as she did, or indeed on the football pitch, in quite interesting circumstances. Christian Allard treated us to an exposition of chicken farming moving into the 21st century, but quite rightly said that what we do today is about celebrating same-sex marriage. Patrick Harvey talked about no clear, coherent or moral argument against same-sex marriage being heard in this chamber. And he reminded us about the story of our progress and to share that progress with countries coming to the Commonwealth Games and to use the Games for a very positive purpose. And, Presiding Officer, what can I say to Jim Eadie? I look forward to the invitation, Jim, to your wedding, as do most of the Parliament. I think, and let me quote from Alex Neil at the very first Stage 1 debate, because he said something which I thought was absolutely right. We are not redefining marriage. The bill doesn't in any way redefine marriage. It extends the eligibility for marriage, which is the key point of the proposed legislation. And the point he made was that people in Scotland have been ineligible for marriage before, will now, irrespective of whether it's same-sex or otherwise, will now be eligible for marriage, and for that marriage and the love that it represents to be recognised by the state. I think that is critically important. Presiding Officer, let me, again, in front of the First Minister this time, pay tribute to Alex Neil. It doesn't happen often, so he should savour this, and it probably wouldn't do his career in the SNP much good. But he has piloted the bill through Parliament with considerable skill, and for that I thank him. Today, we take a decision on the essential character of Scotland. We take a decision on how we see ourselves. Equal marriage for me is always about equality, it's about fairness, it's about social justice. So let's vote for it. It's time for change.
I now call on Alex Neil to wind up the debate. Cabinet Secretary, I would appreciate if you could continue until 6:30.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Presiding Officer. Never a problem to do that. Can I begin with a plea to Jackson Carlaw, because he said he wasn't going to go to the party tonight. I think Jackson Carlaw should go to the ball tonight. And if he's worried about his age letting him down, I will give him a loan of my slippers so he can go home safely and well, Presiding Officer. Can I also use the opportunity of winding up to pay tribute to the work of Nicola Sturgeon, who demonstrated the bravery and the vision to initiate this legislation in the first place. And without Nicola's contribution, we wouldn't be standing here today finalising, hopefully, this legislation. Can I also pay tribute to both sides of the argument, because, with very, very few exceptions, both sides have conducted the argument both in the Parliament and out with the Parliament with a great deal of dignity and respect for everyone's point of view, and that's how it should be. I think it's fair to say that those who are worried about the freedom of speech in Scotland, after having listened to this debate today, and indeed this entire debate over the last 2.5 years, should not be worried at all, because the freedom of speech is alive and well on all sides in Scotland, and that's the way it should be. Now, I want to begin by answering the very precise question from Margaret McCulloch, very fair question, both in her role as convener of the committee as well as an individual MSP. And Margaret asked specifically about overseas civil partnerships and converting those into marriage. So can I say that I obviously appreciate the views expressed on allowing civil partnerships registered out with Scotland to change their relationship to a marriage in Scotland if they so wish. We will treat this as a priority, assuming the bill is passed, and we will aim to lay an order as soon as possible. The powers at Section 7A of the bill are wide enough to cover all relationships from across the world which are recognised as civil partnerships in Scotland. Therefore, if following consultation with stakeholders and other jurisdictions, the view is that all overseas civil partnerships should be covered, then we will do that. We want to make sure first that we're not doing couples a disservice by putting them into an uncertain position with regards to the legal status of their relationship. And we will work with the committee to make sure there is early resolution to this particular issue. Can I, more widely, Presiding Officer, agree with Jackie Bailey, and to thank Jackie Bailey indeed for her very kind comments about myself. I think, again, this has been an outstanding debate and has done the Parliament very proud indeed. Can I just say, because a number of speakers who are opposed to the bill and who were the authors of the amendments and supporters of the amendments we discussed earlier, I think in all their speeches said they were concerned that none of the amendments went through. Can I say to them, first of all, that that's not because there was lack of consideration to these amendments or because there was a knee-jerk reaction. We did consider each and every one of the amendments in a great deal of detail and, for the reasons I outlined, decided not to accept the amendments. But can I make this point? In the 15 years history of this Parliament, there has been no piece of legislation, without exception, no piece of legislation that's had as much consultation as this bill. We have gone through various stages of consultation, much more consultation than our colleagues down south. And I think that was the right thing to do, because I agree with Patrick Harvey, as a result of the consultation, then we have ended up, I think, with a better bill than otherwise would have been the case, or indeed than the bill down south. Can I also just make the point that in terms of listening to people, there are no precedent anywhere in any jurisdiction, anywhere in the world, who has passed this legislation where there are so many protections as we have in this bill. There are actually 5 sets of protections for those who are opposed to same-sex marriage or who do not wish to perform same-sex marriage. The bill itself has protections. It is an opt-in system, and it is a voluntary opt-in system. That is a protection. Secondly, the amendments to the Equality Act in itself represents a series of protections for people, and particularly celebrants and churches. And again, these protections are actually stronger than those in the UK bill. Thirdly, there will be the protections from the education guidance that my colleague Mike Russell will be publishing shortly. There is also the protection from the prosecution guidelines already published by the Lord Advocate. And, of course, in relation to many of these issues, the protection of the fact that under the Scotland Act, this Parliament must embed in all its legislation the European Convention on Human Rights. And if I may say so, many of the amendments we had today are actually already covered more robustly in some of that legislation I've already outlined. And in a number of cases, the reasons for not accepting the amendments was because the legislation which already exists or is in this bill or is in the amendments to the UK Equality Act is actually stronger legislation than the wording of some of the amendments. And it is not confusing, it is straightforward, it is clearly understandable, and it is legislation that will be absolutely adhered to in terms of implementation. I'll just give one example, as I did earlier, to Siobhan McMahon's amendment in relation to the hiring of property and facilities. There is a very specific part of the amendments to the Equality Act 2010 relating to those people who are using premises on behalf of a religious organisation. They cannot be discriminated against for refusing those premises to be allowed for same-sex marriage. They cannot be discriminated against on those grounds. So I do believe we have, as Jackie Baillie rightly said, a good balance. We are extending the freedoms and the rights of those organisations like the Unitarian Church, like the Quakers, who want to perform same-sex marriage. We're extending the rights of people of same sex to marry and have the marriage recognised in law. But in so doing, we're also safeguarding the rights of those churches and those celebrants who do not want to perform same-sex marriages. And we are protecting the right of free speech so that people can continue to express their opinion for or against same-sex marriage in our open, free, democratic society. And I think the balance of measures that we've put forward is a very, very fair one indeed, and reflects the diversity of opinion within our society, and at the same time, I think, can take us forward. Now, it is my view in going forward now, the priority is to get the secondary legislation in place and to get the amendment through to the Equality Act 2010. Can I give a commitment, Presiding Officer, to the Chamber? I cannot give a guarantee because it's dependent on the amendments to the UK Equality Act, although let me put on record the excellent cooperation we have had from Maria Miller and her officials in the UK Government. But I would hope that in bringing forward those amendments and the secondary legislation, that ideally we can see the first same-sex marriages in Scotland this year. And that sends out a loud and clear message. Can I just finish, Presiding Officer, by saying this? I was brought up, as everybody probably in here knows, in a mining village in South Ayrshire. I was south of the Mason-Dixon line, and Dreghorn, where the Deputy First Minister came from, was north of the Ayrshire Mason-Dixon line, and it was called Patna for the sake of the First Minister. But I always remember, and I was christened in the United Free Church, and I was married 36 years ago in the United Free Church. But I always remember the philosophy in that mining village, as indeed is, I think, in every mining village and many other communities in Scotland. Our motto, if we had a motto, was live and let live. Well, my belief is that people of the same sex can only fully live their potential, only fully live out their aspirations, only fully live out and show their love by being able to marry their partner, the person they love, of the same sex, but also let live. Let live those who want to get married to someone of the same sex. Let live those who want to perform the marriages of people with the same sex. But also, let live those who are in favour of that. Those who want, because of religious belief, let them live so that they are not forced to do something they don't want to do. And if ever there was a motto to sum up the approach of the government and the Parliament to this bill, it is live and let live. And I believe, Presiding Officer, when the history of this Parliament is written, that today, if we pass this bill, as I believe we will, this will be one of the great historic days of the Parliament, not just because of the provisions of the bill, but because of the message the bill sends out about the new Scotland we are creating in the 21st century, a Scotland where we all believe in live and let live.
Thank you. That concludes the debate on the Marriage and Civil Partnership Scotland Bill. We now move to the next item of business, which is consideration of motion number 8913 in the name of Fergus Ewing on the public bodies abolition of the National Consumer Council and transfer of the Office of Fair Trading's functions in relation to its estate agents, etc. Order 2014 UK legislation. Can I call on Fergus Ewing to move the motion?
Formally moved.
Thank you. The question on this motion will be put at decision time, to which we now come. The question is that motion 8913, in the name of Fergus Ewing, on the public bodies abolition of the National Consumer Council and transfer of the Office of Fair Trading's functions in relation to estate agents, etc. Order 2014 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed to. The next question is that motion number 8915, in the name of Alex Neil, on the Marriage and Civil Partnership Scotland Bill be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. We move to a vote. Members should cast their votes now. The result of the vote on motion number 8915 in the name of Alec Neil is as follows. Yes, 105. No, 18. There were no abstentions. And the Marriage and Civil Partnership Scotland Bill is passed. That ends decision time. We now move on to the next item of business. Members who leave the chamber should do so quickly and quietly.